Can everybody switch off their mobile phones or set them to silent, please, if they haven't already? Can everybody hear me okay? See me okay? Thank you very much. My name's Glenn Rawlings and I'm a Chartered Town Planner and Urban Designer, and I'm the Inspector who's been appointed by the Secretary of State to determine this appeal, which is made by BDW Homes Northampton under Section 78 of the Town and Country Planning Act 1990 against the refusal of Fenland District Council to grant permission for a planning application comprising the erection of up to 200 dwellings, including affordable housing and self-built custom dwellings, 2.3 hectares of safeguarded land for primary education, public open space, landscaping, children's play area, sustainable drainage infrastructure, the formation of 2 vehicular accesses and all other associated infrastructure, and it's an outline application with matters committed in respect of access, and that's at land east of 61 March Road, Coates. Thank you. I'll take the names of those who wish to speak, please, from the appellant.
May it please, I appear on behalf of the appellant. My name is Christopher Boyle, B-O-Y-L-E. I'm of King's Counsel and I'm instructed by Osborne Clark, LLP, whose details you'll have. So just before we started, I took the liberty of putting on the corner of your desk, thank you very much, the list of appearances for the appellant. We've tried to do it in the expected order of the timetable. So we start with Mr. Smith, Andrew Smith, on landscape, Heather Nola on primary education, Ramsey Evans on viability matters. The 106 will be conducted chiefly by Osborne Clark, but with input from Bidwells. Then Neil Tiley on housing land supply, and then Mr. Mike Derbyshire on planning and all other matters. And you have there their qualifications and appropriate memberships.
Thank you very much.
Yes, good morning, sir. My name is Mark O'Brien O'Reilly. I'm a barrister in front sustainability and I'm instructed by Fenland District Council. And at the back of my opening submissions, which I think are on your desk, you will find a list of appearances as Appendix 1. But to run through those, Mr. Matthew Lee will appear addressing planning and landscape visual matters. Mr. Robert Davey will appear again addressing planning matters, including the neighbourhood plan and the question of 5-year housing land supply. Ms. Rachel Pinion of Cambridgeshire County Council will appear to address questions of education, and Mr. David Newham of CP Viability Limited will appear to address the question of viability on behalf of the local planning authority.
Thank you very much. Could I ask the Council to explain any emergency evacuation procedures for today, please?
Thank you. There's no tests or anything planned, so if there are alarm goes off, it is a real emergency. Obviously, the emergency exit is behind you, and the meeting point is the car park, yeah, round there. If you get round to it, yeah.
Thanks. And the location of the toilets as well, please.
Thank you. The toilets are just through this door and on your right.
Thanks very much. Not that I need to go now, I'm just making sure that everybody knows. Thanks very much. Okay, is Councillor Nawaz here? Councillor Nawaz.
Yes.
Hello. I have a record of you being here today, and there'll be an opportunity to speak later in the morning.
Today?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Would it be morning or afternoon?
Morning.
Sorry?
Morning.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? Good morning. Thank you. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak this morning? Okay. Thank you. When it comes time, I'll ask you to take a seat at the table opposite me. Thank you very much. Is there anyone from the press here today? Okay, thanks. We are being live streamed. The Microphones need to be used to pick the voices up on the live stream. We're going out on YouTube. Hello to all of those who are joining us from home. We have one camera in the corner up there. We're not a multi-directional setup, and we will pause for breaks as well. I have a copy of the Council's letter of notification of the appeal and also a record of the site visits. Thanks very much. The site notices. Thank you. And I have copies of representations made in response to the appeal and the application as well. And I'll take those into account in reaching my decision. So that everybody's aware, we had a case management conference call held on the 26th of June with representatives of the appellant and the council present. That was led by Inspector Richard Clegg on my behalf. It was held to discuss the procedure for the inquiry, and the merits of the appeal were not discussed. The conference call agreed the main issues that are to be the subject of the hearing here, the inquiry here over the next couple of weeks, 3 weeks, together with the way that the inquiry would be run. And the summary note of the meeting is on the inquiry website and recorded as core document 12.7. More on core documents in a moment. I've received the proofs of evidence from the council and the appellant. Thank you very much. I've read all of the proofs, expect them to be taken as read. Do we have any spare copies? I did see someone walking around with a large pile earlier, in case anybody wants to see them.
So there are 2 packs at the back for
Right.
any members of the public.
Thank you very much. So if there's anyone in the room that wants to follow along any of the documentation that we'll be referring to during the inquiry, as I heard just now, 2 large packs at the back. Thank you. I've seen the website for the inquiry and just like to say thank you to the council and the appellant for setting that up efficiently. We'll be referring to many appeal documents over the next couple of weeks, as well as the hard copies here. They can be found on the website via a direct link from the council's planning decisions and appeals homepage. I've got a list of the core documents in front of me. It would be very useful if I could have that in Word document by the end of the inquiry as well. Thank you. Onto the procedure for the inquiry. I shall follow the procedure in the 2000 Inquiry Procedure Rules, and that's the Town and Country Planning Appeals Determination by Inspectors Inquiry Procedure, England Rules 2000. Are the parties familiar with these procedures? Thank you. When I've concluded my opening remarks, I'll invite the appellant and the council to each make a brief opening statement, which will help everyone to understand the main arguments. Then I'd like to spend some of the morning hearing from local residents and councillors and other interested parties who'd like to make a verbal submission to the inquiry. If there's anyone who would like to speak but can't this morning for any reason, we'll make time during the inquiry. As agreed during the case conference call, the following various main issues will be dealt with through formal presentation of evidence and cross-examination. And for those, I will ask the council to present their evidence first so that everyone can hear their objections to the proposal. After that, the appellant's advocate will have the opportunity to cross-examine each of the council's witnesses, and the council's advocate may then put some questions in re-examination. Is there anyone here that supports the application? Thank you. After that, I'll ask the appellant to present their evidence in the same way, i.e. Examination in chief, followed by cross-examination by the council, and then re-examination by the appellant. I'll indicate when residents and others who have indicated that they wish to speak, who oppose the proposal, can do so, and they'll be able to ask questions of the appellant's witnesses at that point as well. The housing land supply session will be a roundtable examination, which is more akin to an informal hearing. It's the form of a structured discussion, however, and I shall lead that, and we shall have an agenda for that as well. Last week I received a query about the format of the landscape evidence. I advised the parties on Wednesday that I'm still happy to hear that through formal examination, but given that there's a narrowing amount of common ground between the parties, I did ask for the amount of time to be spent on the session to be reduced from the initial estimates. Thank you. In terms of the timetable, I've got a final version, I hope, that was sent through yesterday. I've got 2 other versions here, just as backups, appellant and council preferred versions as well. So I'm going to run through the version that was sent through yesterday. If there are any changes to that at this point, please let me know. And I do realise that it's still currently a little bit fluid, so we may need some flexibility. But I believe that this week's program, at least, can be firmed up, and that runs as follows. So this morning we'll hear from interested parties who wish to speak, and if there's time, we'll hear from the appellants and council's landscape witnesses. That will continue into the afternoon, and if we don't finish that this afternoon, then that will further continue tomorrow morning. Tomorrow, there'll be a formal site visit of the premises, the site and the surroundings. More on that in a moment. We won't be sitting on Thursday. Tuesday next week, we'll hear education evidence. Wednesday next week, we'll hear viability evidence. Thursday will be a Section 106 and conditions session. Then on the 25th of August, Tuesday, there'll be a virtual session on 5-year housing land supply. That will be the roundtable discussion that I've just mentioned, followed by town planning evidence from the council. The Wednesday morning, the 26th of August, will be town planning evidence from the appellant, and there will be closing submissions and possibly costs hearings on the Thursday, the 27th. Does that tally with what everybody's expecting at this point?
So, yes, indeed. I think your version you've been reading from is the version that I have in front of me, which was an attempt to amalgamate the two previous versions that you had. There's a couple of additional comments that might be helpful to make at this stage. I had a word from a learned friend just before you opened the inquiry, sir. The first is we're both expecting, and obviously it's TBC, but we're both expecting landscape to be conducted today and not go into tomorrow. So that tomorrow will be your site visit, accompanied site visit. I hope, sir, for that you have received an itinerary.
Yes.
So I hope that's helpful. And you can obviously decide how much of it you wish to be accompanied upon in terms of the wider viewpoints, but certainly we'll have Mr. Smith available for that site visit. And then, yes, Thursday then is a non-sitting day. Going into next week, just so you're kept up to speed, as it were, my instructions are that Mr. Evans and Mr. Newham are meeting on the 18th, that's the day that's given over to education, with the hope that that leads to some narrowing of issues and potentially a statement of common ground being issued, or rather a new statement of common ground being issued on viability to inform the day 5 discussion on viability. We may have a relatively short day on the day 6, which is the 20th, depending on how the conditions 106 session continues. Then into the following week, again, just to keep you in the loop, sir, Mr. Tiley and Mr. Davey are meeting this week on Wednesday the 12th to seek to go through land supply. There's a large draft Scotch schedule they want to go through. And you'll be aware, I hope, that they're expecting to submit their evidence on land supply on Thursday of this week, which I think was the date. I assume the date came from you via pins. So at the moment, there isn't in front of you either a statement of common ground or land supply evidence, but that will all be wrapped up at the end of this week, allowing us then to have the roundtable session on the 25th. So that's the beginning of week 3. We are not, but obviously we're in your hands, we are not anticipating that a second site visit would be required on the 26th. You should be able to see everything tomorrow. But my friend and I would still respectfully suggest that closing be heard on the following day, the 27th, so that we can write it the evening after the planning evidence has been heard, if that's acceptable to you, and that we wouldn't do that virtually because we're all going to be here that week anyway, so we just come back on that day to do so. My instructions are that the appellants are expecting to make a cost application.
I'm sorry, Mr. Boyle, did you say that we will be here on during week 3?
Week 3, yes, sir.
Right, okay.
Because we now have, there was, I think, quite sensibly talk about potential for virtual sessions on week 3, but we now have live witnesses, 3 live witnesses in that week, because we've had to move planning into it in order to accommodate the housing land supply ahead of planning. So if we're here that week, then it would be our respectful suggestion that we just continue closing face-to-face as opposed to virtually. And then we are expected to make a cost application. I've said to my friend that what I will endeavour to do is get him a written cost application by the Monday of that week, so before we start, to give him the opportunity to respond in writing, which I will then have seen by the last day. As necessary, I'll make whatever oral additions in response to that, but it then won't take up significant inquiry time, and we can just deal with it in that way. I hope that helps.
Yes. So again, yes, my friend has very fairly recorded our discussions this morning. I'm in agreement with that, apart from one point that's been brought to my attention. The council wonders, and I apologise, I haven't had a chance to discuss this with my friend, whether or not the conditions / the section 106 session might be held virtually, which would allow people to go home that week. So that might be possible, so given that I think that was always the intention to have week 3 virtuals. My own friend rightly says for the matters that are now flowing into week 3, they should be held in person, and the council shares that view, but there's no reason we would say, like conditions /106, if you agree, sir, could not be held virtually.
That's fine with me. I'll be in the area anyway, so I'm happy with virtual or here.
So thanks, forgive me, I wasn't aware of that point, but I'm getting nods from my side that we're content with virtual for conditions 106.
Okay then, so just to go back on what I was saying a moment ago about the timetable, and for those of you listening at home, all of the sessions will be here in this room, apart from the conditions and section 106 session on the 20th of August, which will be a short day. Thank you. Okay, I have visited the site on my own. I went there yesterday, made myself familiar with the area. I approached, drove around in a car and also got out and walked around just the outside of the site, didn't go onto the site itself. I came from the Whittlesea direction, stopped in Whittlesea, had a look at the shops there, got out in the village as well in Coates and had a look around the pub and the shops and that sort of thing. Didn't visit the pub, was working, unfortunately couldn't. But just to let you know that I am familiar with the area just on that basis. As mentioned just now, we'll be making a formal site visit tomorrow afternoon as part of the inquiry, in which I will be accompanied by both main parties. If anyone else wants to come along and join us, they can do so. I don't have a time for that just yet because it does depend on how the landscape evidence goes today. But based on what I've heard, I'll expect that it'll probably be in the morning because there is a high probability that we'll finish the landscape evidence today. But I'll confirm that at the end of today's proceedings. I do have a suggested route for us to follow. I suggest that that's put in as an inquiry document and put on the inquiry website, please, if we can, just so that people have access to that. And that is inquiry document number 1. Thank you to the parties for preparing that for me, for us. If anyone wants me to visit their property or on the site visit, please let me know today as well. Have a look at the route map. There are some various points in the area that we'll be viewing it from, and I expect they'll be mentioned in the landscape evidence today. I just mentioned the conditions and planning obligations roundtable session, which will be held towards the end of the inquiry Discussing those as standard procedure, it doesn't indicate that I've made up my mind on the case and doesn't weaken the council's continued opposition to the proposal or the appellant's case that planning permission should be granted. I have a draft section 106 agreement which was sent to the inspectorate on the 2nd of July. Is that the most up-to-date version?
Yeah, I believe so. Yes. Yeah.
Thank you. That's the one I shall use. I have a draft list of planning conditions in the planning statement of common ground. Have they changed at all since the statement of common ground has been published?
Yep, they have been slightly amended. There's still some ongoing discussions on a couple of them. I think there'll be a new draft with you before we get to that. I think there may still be some need for discussion generally on a couple of them as part of the process, but there will be some movement and we'll get them to you as soon as possible.
Thank you. Could I ask for a draft to be sent through tomorrow? Because I'm going to use the day off on Thursday to go through the most recent list, so that would be useful. Thank you. The section 106 that I've received is agreement between the appellant, the council, and also Cambridgeshire County Council. I normally ask the council to provide a SIL compliance statement, but that was omitted from Inspector Clegg's note. Has the council prepared one for the inquiry anyway?
Yep, that was done yesterday. Was it sent over to Pins as well, to yourselves?
Oh, great. Okay. I haven't received that yet, but I expect that'll come through at some point. If I haven't seen it by the end of the day, I'll just ask for a copy to be handed to me. Thanks very much. And I've just mentioned inquiry documents as well. As we progress through the inquiry, various documents will be uploaded as inquiry documents. I would ask that anything submitted electronically is sent to the case officer for this appeal, who is Laurie Wordsworth at the Planning Inspectorate. Thank you. I'll keep a list of the inquiry documents as we go through. Costs was just mentioned then as well. I'm not inviting any applications for costs, but if anyone intends to make an application, Mr. Boyle, as you've just said, it should be done before I close the inquiry. Is the council expecting to make an application? Thank you very much. I need to remind the parties that I also have the power to initiate an award of costs, whether or not any applications have been made by the parties. And if I were to do this, it would follow a written process with the relevant party after the appeal decision is issued. On the final day of the inquiry, we'll hear closing submissions from the council and the appellant, and I've requested closing submissions to be made in writing beforehand. Are there any comments or questions on the running order from anyone? Thanks. Are we able to leave material in the room or retiring rooms overnight, or is it a case of taking everything home with us?
We're waiting confirmation exactly, because obviously I think some will be locked but some won't be, so facilities are going to confirm explicitly.
Thanks very much. Okay, to confirm the plan numbers, is the list of plans set out in the conditions accurate? I've got a short list of 3 plans, mostly dealing with the access matter and the location. Just want to confirm that those numbers are accurate. I can do that in the conditions session as well if you prefer, if you don't have them to hand now. Okay, for the purposes of this appeal, I'll treat all other plans as indicative unless I receive advice that tells me otherwise. Does anybody intend to submit any additional documents at this point?
Only the ones that I've mentioned. So we're expecting a new viability statement of common ground, and we're hoping for a housing land supply statement of common ground, and you will get a housing land supply proof from the 2 parties.
Thank you. Only exceptionally will material received after the close of the inquiry be considered. I'm aware that it may be that the Section 106 agreement will need to be altered after our discussion, in which case I'd be prepared to allow a submission after the inquiry is closed in that case. Now, there are Several main issues under consideration at this appeal, which are drawn from the Council's reasons for refusal and consequently form the main areas of difference between the Council and the appellant. And they are whether the proposed development would be sustainably located, the effect of the proposed development on the character and appearance of the area, with specific reference to landscape, the effects of the proposed development on the local housing supply and infrastructure provision and its viability, and that's with particular regard to housing land supply, viability, and the provision for primary education, and the effect of the proposed development on the sand and gravel minerals safeguarding area. The Council also gave a reason for refusal that covered the non-provision of the Section 106 agreement. We have that now, and following the statement of common ground assertion that this could fall away, can I ask the parties that indeed that has fallen away? Thank you. Okay, you'll be pleased to hear I've nearly finished. Have a few more things to go through just before we start properly. I will ask that when you're presenting or giving evidence during the inquiry, if you could speak clearly and in a measured way. I do take notes by longhand, so I'll be doing that. Thank you. I may need to ask you to slow down or repeat what you've said. Secondly, if I acknowledge what you said, I will probably nod and say yes. It doesn't mean that I'm agreeing with you. It's just to let you know that you can go on. It's going to be warm while we're here. Feel free to remove jackets and or ties if necessary. The services have very kindly opened the door here to give us a bit of ventilation, but you may get some glare or noise. So if that's the case, we'll close it. That's a planning balance, I suppose, between ventilation and glare and noise. And finally, if anyone, or nearly finally, if anyone wants to speak to me at any point over the next few days, please know that I can only communicate with you if I have both of the parties present. I do like a chat, but if you see me in the corridor, etc., in breaks, I'm not able to speak with you. Thanks very much. The Planning Inspectorate has a firm commitment to training and development, and as part of that, we have an inspector observing us here today. You may see me talk with him during the inquiry, and he'll also be joining me in my room during the breaks. But please be assured that the decision remains my own and that we'll be speaking only about the mechanics of this inquiry, and we won't be discussing any part of the decision or the application itself. Good, that concludes my opening remarks. Are there any queries about anything that I've said so far? Thank you very much. In that case, can I ask the appellant's advocate to make a brief opening statement?
So thank you very much.
Thank you. This is inquiry document number 2, ID 02, and the appellant's list of appearances is inquiry document 3, ID 03.
Thank you. So we'll try and keep a running tab of the ID documents as we go through. So I've reduced it to writing. It is, as the guidance indicates, a short opening just to give a broad overview of the case as the appellant sees it. So I start by observing these opening submissions are made on behalf of BDW Homes Northampton, the appellant, in respect of an appeal against the refusal by Fenland District Council of its outline planning application for up to 200 dwellings, including affordable housing and self or custom build dwellings, 2.3 hectares of safeguarded land for primary education, public open space, and associated infrastructure, which I refer to as the scheme. And that's on land east of 61 March Road, Coates, which is the site. So as you know, the site lies outside but immediately adjacent to the built-up area of Coates, a settlement with material provision of services and facilities, and with ready access to non-car transport opportunities to higher order settlements in one of the, we say, rare for Fenland, unconstrained locations. It has neither flood risk designation nor ecological constraints. It is not part of what's called a valued landscape within the meaning of paragraph 187A of the MPPF. The adopted spatial strategy is materially out of date and inconsistent with the MPPF, and in addition, the Council cannot demonstrate the required 5-year housing land supply against the operative standard method requirement. So the recently withdrawn emerging local plan proposed the site as an allocation for residential and primary education purposes, consistent with that plan's reasoned evidence base. So notwithstanding the above, the Council resolved to refuse the application for 5 reasons for refusal, which I summarise as follows. Firstly, unsustainable location in conflict with the spatial strategy. Secondly, failure to provide sufficient financial contribution to social infrastructure, that is secondary education and health. Thirdly, the absence of 106 to provide affordable housing. Fourthly, harm to the character and appearance of the area. And fifthly, the sterilisation of safeguarded minerals. So in addition, as you will be aware, through its statement of case, the Council adopted the County Council's Education Authority's education objection in terms of primary school provision, and leads through this inquiry evidence on that matter from the County Council. It also disputes the appellant's assessment in respect of housing land supply. So all these matters will now need to be explored in evidence, and at this stage we can provide the following high-level summary of the position as the appellant understands the Council's case to be at the start of the inquiry. So first, though, the decision-making framework we summarise as follows. First, the context of the determination of this application is that the Section 38.6 development plan is materially out of date. Its assessment of development needs predates the current approach to doing so under the standard method, and the spatial strategy therein is thus predicated on an out-of-date assessment of development needs, and I refer you to the Supreme Court and Hopkins Holmes. Its actual and Council predicted delivery then further undershoots the dwelling numbers provided for. Its restrictive policies, therefore, are inconsistent with the MPPF's imperative of providing the houses the district needs. Further, against the required standard method figure with the appropriate buffer, the Council cannot demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply, thereby engaging footnote 8 of the MPPF and the operation of the tilted balance in paragraph 11d(2), there being no footnote 7 issues in play. In addition, sir, we say there is a pressing need for affordable housing, as well as custom self-built dwellings, both provided for as part of the application and appeal, and in respect of which the Council is woefully unable to deliver. And you have evidence on both of those appended to Mr. Derbyshire's evidence. Secondly, the spatial context of Fenland is that it is a district profoundly constrained by its geography, and in particular the risk of flooding. Much of the district is low-lying fenland, appropriately enough, and in the flood zone. Settlements historically sit on what are known as islands in the fens and are necessarily restricted in terms of their expansion. The appeal site is within what is called Whittlesea Island and is in flood zone 1, a significant factor in the evidence base that led to its proposed allocation for residential and primary school provision as an extension to Coates. Thirdly, as noted above, the site has ready access to the services and facilities in Coates and its nearby settlements. There's no objection on sustainability grounds from the County Council Highways Authority, and the technical accessibility evidence appended to Mr. Derbyshire's evidence is not, as we understand it, in dispute. Fourthly, the site is unconstrained in ecological terms, either in itself or in terms of off-site impacts. Fifthly, the site is unconstrained in landscape terms. It's agreed not to form part of a valued landscape for the purposes of paragraph 187A, and as such falls off the bottom of the hierarchy envisaged by paragraph 188 of the MPPF. It adjoins the built-up area of Coates and is visually well contained within its local character area of Whittlesea Island. With minor exceptions, the landscape and visual effects of development are agreed between the appellant's landscape expert and such landscape evidence as the Council seeks to adduce. They are limited and localised. Sixthly, this part of the district is subject to significant viability challenges, which render schemes policy compliant, notwithstanding an affordable housing provision below the headline level sought by adopted policies. In this case, the appellant's proposal is 20% affordable housing, assuming a £2,000 per dwelling contribution for social infrastructure. The 2004 viability assessment identified this as being appropriate, and the committee report and reasons for refusal, we say properly accepted that as a maximum that the scheme could viably provide. Economic circumstances at local and at macro levels have only worsened since then, with significant increase in costs, coupled with no material increase in values, eroded margins, and restricted market demand. Seventhly and lastly, the scheme makes provision for safeguarded land for primary education, thereby providing the opportunity for unlocking a locally generated education constriction on primary education delivery. This is in line with the draft allocation in the now withdrawn emerging local plan. Coates Primary School is on a restricted site. The land offered provides space for the County Education Authority, should it wish, to reconfigure primary education offer in the local area for the needs of present and predicted primary school demand. So it's against the backdrop of those 7 factors that we say the Council's decision to refuse the scheme must be assessed. Then, taking the reasons in reverse order, just for convenience, the appellant's technical evidence demonstrates that the mineral resource in question is not workable in environmental terms or viable in economic terms. Either of these mean the applicable policy exceptions are met and there is no policy breach. This is not contradicted by technical evidence led by the Council. In addition, there is no pressing minerals need, indeed there's a surplus of available resource, while there is a pressing need for housing, affordable housing, and custom and self-built dwellings, together with an identified need for education land. This is its own policy exception, even if the mineral were to be workable or winnable, which it is not. The landscape and visual impacts, such as they are limited and localised, and only those, we say, commensurate with any greenfield housing development adjacent to an established settlement. There is nothing in the landscape evidence which justifies the withholding of planning permission. Affordable housing at a viable and hence policy compliant level is provided for in the Section 106 obligation. The viability constraints mean that, as previously established, the maximum that can reasonably be provided by the scheme is a package of 20% affordable housing and £2,000 per dwelling contribution for social infrastructure. The Council's contention the scheme can carry 25% affordable housing and circa £1.7 million demanded education and health contributions is based on a late-in-the-day viability assessment in contradiction to the viability statement of common ground, and based not on improved economic conditions, but rather a wholesale reworking of the approach to viability assessment. This steps outside, we say, the real-world conditions. It might also be noted the Education Authority has since updated, that is, they've increased their demand for contributions, taking the requested total in excess of 1.7 million previously identified. The health demand is, should also be noted, also disputed by the appellant in terms of compliance with the SIL regulations. Taking the Council's apparent new approach to viability will sterilise not only this site, but any significant delivery of housing in the district. Lastly, the spatial strategy is out of date and inconsistent with the NPPF in its own terms, and the Council cannot demonstrate a 5-year housing land supply. Contrary to its assertions, the Council has already established that this unconstrained site is in an accessible and sustainable location, worthy of an allocation for the land uses and quantum set out in this application. The County Education Authority objection on primary school provision, which has now been adopted by the local planning authority, is, we'd suggest, misplaced. The appellant's evidence is that there are a variety of means by which the Education Authority may seek to fulfil its statutory duties to provide primary education for the local population. The appeal scheme, by safeguarding land for primary education, actually opens the door to those solutions. It does not restrict them. So for all of the above reasons, once they've been explored in evidence, the appellant will urge you that permission here should be granted in the public interest and without delay. We suggest that the many and manifest planning benefits are by no means significantly and demonstrably outweighed by the alleged harms. Indeed, the benefits outweigh any harm arising. The presumption in favour of sustainable development in paragraph 11D of the NPPF would indicate the decision under section 38.6 should be to approve this much needed scheme. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Boyle. Mr. O'Brien-O'Reilly.
Yes, thank you, sir. I believe copies have also been handed out already. Can I confirm you have those?
I do, thank you. That's
grateful.
inquiry document 4, it will be, IDO 4.
This opening statement on behalf of the local planning authority, Fenland District Council, provides an overview of the council's case at the outset of this inquiry. The council was correct to refuse outline planning permission for up to 200 dwellings, including affordable housing and self-built custom dwellings, 2.3 hectares of safeguarded land for primary education, public open space, landscaping, a children's play area, sustainable drainage infrastructure, the formation of 2 vehicular accesses and all other associated infrastructure, the appeal scheme, at land east of 61 March Road, Coates, Cambridgeshire, the appeal site. The Council acknowledges, of course, that the appeal scheme would deliver certain benefits, but nevertheless it is not a development which is acceptable in planning terms, and planning permission should therefore be refused. It is plain from its written evidence that the Council does not ignore those benefits. Mr. Lee, the Council's planning witness, rightly takes them into account in his evidence, but those benefits do not mean that the appeal scheme should be permitted. What is required here is a careful exercise to be undertaken by reference to section 38(6) of the Planning and Compulsory Purchase Act 2004. That exercise requires, firstly, a judgment informed by the statutory development plan to be reached as to whether the appeal scheme accords the development plan read as a whole, and secondly, asking whether the material considerations to the NPPF indicate a decision other than in accordance with the statutory development plan. The evidence which the Council will adduce at this inquiry will demonstrate that the answers to both those questions are no. Importantly, and recognising the appellant puts in issue the Council's housing land supply picture, that conclusion is reached even if, which the Council does not accept, paragraph 11D Roman numeral 2 of the NPPF is engaged. Paragraph 11D Roman numeral 2 is not, however, engaged, as this is an LPA which can demonstrate a 5-year supply of available housing land. Its supply figure is 5.89 years. This is an issue which will plainly demand considerable attention from the Inspector, but the Council is confident of the robustness of its supply picture. There is no reason, therefore, to treat relevant development plan policies as out of date, including those in the Whitsley Neighbourhood Plan 2023. Of course, even if the Inspector was to conclude, contrary to the Council's case, the tilted balance is engaged, that does not render the development plan policies irrelevant. Even where the tilted balance is engaged, the development plan policies, including those relating to the settlement hierarchy and the spatial strategy, remain relevant. See Gladman Developments Limited and Secretary of State for Housing, Communities and Local Government. The development plan policies here strongly indicate that this is not a scheme which should be granted planning permission. This opening statement will now turn to address each of the main issues in turn, starting with main issue 1, whether the proposed development would be sustainably located. The appeal scheme, which is of a substantial quantum and which would require a substantial land take, is not appropriate in Coates, which is designated by policy LP3 of the Fenland Local Plan 2014 as a limited growth village. There is therefore an important conflict with the spatial strategy and the settlement hierarchy within the local plan. There is also a conflict with the spatial strategy within the neighbourhood plan. As policy 1 of that plan correctly recognises, Coates, by reason of its small scale and because it lacks the same facilities as are available in Whitsley, offers only some limited opportunities for new development. Of course, the Inspector, on his site visit, if he should walk in and around Coates, will be well placed to ask himself whether the appeal scheme, consisting as it will of up to 200 new homes and all its associated infrastructure, is a development which is likely to relate well to Coates. The irresistible conclusion as to the answer to that question is no. That might well explain the significant volume of local residents who objected to the application and who say that the appeal scheme is simply not right for Coates. The Council considers that the scale of the appeal scheme is incompatible with the role and function of Coates within the adopted settlement hierarchy. LP3 envisages only a small amount of development and says that, for example, a small village extension may be appropriate. The policy context, therefore, is one which seeks to ensure that growth occurs at a scale appropriate to the village. The appeal scheme, however, represents a substantial expansion of the settlement into open countryside and conflicts, therefore, with policies LP3 and 1. Granting planning permission would, therefore, fundamentally exceed the role envisaged for a limited growth village and would undermine the settlement hierarchy that forms a central component of the development plan strategy. Such an outcome should be strongly resisted. Further, and although Coates contains some local facilities, many of the services upon which future residents would routinely depend are located outside the village itself. which demonstrates again that the appeal site is not a sustainable location for the appeal scheme, as Coates is not a settlement that can sustainably accommodate development at the scale proposed. The Council acknowledges, of course, the draft allocation in the now withdrawn local plan, but for all the reasons explained by Mr. Lee, that should only carry limited weight in the determination of this appeal. It does not indicate that this appeal scheme should be granted planning permission. All of the above strongly militates, therefore, against the grant of planning permission. Main reason 2, the effect of the proposed development on the character and appearance of the area having regard to reason for refusal 4. The appeal scheme would have a significant adverse effect on the character and appearance of the area, which results in conflict with the relevant development plan policies, as well as paragraph 135 of the NPPF. Mr. Lee, in reaching his conclusions, has relied on a comprehensive report of Mr. Robert Brown of Wynne Williams Associates. The inspector now has the benefit of the statement of common ground on landscape, visual and character matters that records a substantial amount of common ground between the parties, and the inquiry need not therefore be troubled by arguments as to, for example, the methodological approach employed in the assessment of this issue. The essence of the dispute here really boils down to the assessment of the overall effect of the appeal scheme in landscape and visual terms. Even on the appellant's case, however, it is clear that even it accepts a high degree of landscape and visual impact harm will flow from the appeal scheme. For example, it says there will be a moderate adverse effect on the character of the appeal site, and accepts that there will be major adverse effects even after 15 years on some visual receptors. The Council says, of course, that the effects will be even greater than accepted by the appellant, including the residual adverse impacts on the visual receptors using public rights of way 16 and 19. The Council's position is to be preferred. The appeal scheme will fundamentally alter the character of the appeal site and change it from a rural agricultural landscape to a suburban residential estate, resulting in the loss of its prevailing landscape character. Further, it will also result in an erosion of the open character of the Fenland landscape to which the appeal site contributes, as it would result in a permanent reduction in openness across the site and a weakening of one of the principal characteristics of the local landscape. If permitted, the appeal scheme will represent a substantial departure from the prevailing character surrounding countryside and result in the urbanisation of the countryside. Moreover, it will result in a substantial outward expansion of the village so as to materially change the transition between settlement and countryside. Much of this harm results as there's a harm identified in respect to the spatial strategy and settlement hierarchy from the sheer scale of the appeal scheme. It is plain that it is not an appropriate development for the appeal site. The Council recognises, of course, the mitigation proposed, but does not consider that those measures render acceptable what is otherwise plainly unacceptable in landscape character and visual impact terms. The above again results in conflict with policies LP12 and LP16 of the local plan and policies 1F and 7 of the neighbourhood plan. There is also conflict with paragraph 135 of the NPPF, which, as you shall be aware, is one of the key policies which footnote 9 of the NPPF directs decision makers to have particular regard to whilst applying the tilted balance. Even if, therefore, the tilted balance was engaged, the clear steer of national and local planning policy is that permission should nevertheless be refused. Main issue 3, the effects of the proposed development in local housing, supply and infrastructure provision and its viability, with particular regard to affordable housing, education and health services. Permitting the appeal scheme, the Council says, would place an unacceptable pressure on local services and essential infrastructure, education and health services, which will not be adequately mitigated. The Inspector will hear the evidence and opinion from Cambridgeshire County Council on Education Matters and has the detailed consultation responses from the East of England Ambulance Service NHS Trust, Emergency Ambulance Healthcare Infrastructure and the Cambridge and Peterborough Integrated Care System Primary Care. All of that sets out what is required by way of mitigation and, importantly, why the contributions which the Council says are required are justified. The Council considers that the body of evidence before the inquiry demonstrates the real harm which would flow from a failure to mitigate the impacts of the appeal scheme. Further, the appeal scheme will not provide a policy-compliant level of affordable housing, and although the Council acknowledges and welcomes the proposed provision of 20% affordable housing, This falls materially short at 25%, whereas policy LP5, the local plan, says the development of the scale and quantum of the appeal scheme should provide. That shortfall is against the context of a significant demand for affordable homes and a substantial unmet need across the district. The principal point of contention between the parties now is the question of viability. The appellant says that the Section 106 contributions and need affordable housing provision, which the Council says is required, justified by policy, results in the scheme being non-viable. The Council has, however, commissioned an independent viability review undertaken by Mr. Newham of CP Viability Limited. Mr. Newham has concluded that in fact the scheme would be viable even with the provision of the financial contributions and the provision of a full policy compliant level of affordable housing. His assessment is to be preferred to that of the appellant. There is therefore no reason for planning permission to be granted without securing those contributions and a fully policy compliant level of affordable housing. The appellant has offered therefore of a contribution of £2,000 per dwelling, and 20% affordable housing is wholly inadequate. In all the circumstances, the failure to secure the necessary infrastructure to make the appeal scheme acceptable and the failure to provide a fully policy-compliant affordable housing provision results in material planning harm and policy conflict with both the local plan and the neighbourhood plan, which again weighs strongly against the grant of planning permission. Main issue 4, the effect of the proposed development on the sand and gravel minerals safeguarding area. The appeal site sits within an area designated by Policy 5 of the Cambridgeshire and Peterborough Minerals and Waste Local Plan 2021 as a sand and gravel minerals safeguarding area, which are so designated for mineral resources of local and or national importance. The aim of the policy is to permit such mineral resources from being needlessly sterilised. Permitting the appeal scheme will result in the sterilisation of minerals. The appeal scheme does not satisfy any of the exemptions within the policy, and the appellant therefore needs to demonstrate the appeal scheme should be permitted because it complies with the requirements of the policy set out in subparagraphs 1, Roman numeral I to L. The Council disagrees, however, that the appellant can demonstrate, in light of various factors, including but not limited to the Council's 5-year housing land supply picture, an overriding need for the appeal scheme. It is only on that basis, and if an appropriate condition is imposed, that the concerns of Minerals and Waste Planning Authority will fall away. As the appellant cannot demonstrate compliance with subparagraphs I to L of Policy 5, there is as a result policy conflict which again weighs against the grant of planning permission. Planning balance. Having regard to all of the above, it is plain that the appeal scheme conflicts with the development plan read as a whole. The conflict is serious. Mr. Lee describes it as going to the heart of the strategy endorsed by and set out in the development plan. The weight to be attached to the relevant policies has been considered by Mr. Lee, who explains why they can be afforded significant weight. That prompts the second question of Section 38(6) of the 2004 Act requires to be considered. The material considerations indicate an answer other than in accordance with the clear steer provided by the development plan, which the planning permission should be refused. The Council says the answer to that question is no, in respect of the benefits of the appeal scheme which are recognised by the Council and which have been properly weighed for the balance. Irrespective of those benefits, any of the considerations to which this appellant refers, and for the reasons set out above and in the Council's evidence, it remains the position, even if the tilted balance were engaged, which the Council does not accept, that planning permission should nevertheless be refused. In light of all of the foregoing, and for the reasons to be set out more fully in the Council's detailed evidence, the Council will, and the Inspector will in due course, be respectively requested to dismiss this appeal. The appeal scheme should not be granted planning permission. And as promised, Appendix 1, so is that list of appearances for your decision letter.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, it's time to hear from yourselves. If you wish to decide who wants to go first, just take a seat at the table over there, please. Yep. I presume you're familiar with the microphone system. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me? Thank you. My name is Dr. Nawaz.
Could you spell that for me, please?
Yes, Nawaz.
Thank you.
I have the privilege of representing Whittlesea East and the villages. So, the growth, whether housing or otherwise, without preceding infrastructure is the ideology of a cancer cell. In that, it drives its sustenance at the expense of the adjoining health tissue. Eventually outgrows it, and we know how it ends. People of Coates are very reasonable, lovely, hospitable people. We understand the housing needs. But building on this scale without a necessary infrastructure preceding, and you will hear me say that again and again, preceding infrastructure is fundamentally unsustainable and detrimental to our community. And it must be rejected based on some of the points I'm about to raise. One, water and utilities. Our local area already suffers from intermittent water pressure and an inadequate sewage disposal system. Some residents have already complained to us that sometimes when they're in the shower, they've got all their shampoo and soap on, the water ceases altogether. And I also have examples which I can share with you, Chair, privately, but would prefer not to do so publicly, as it may impact on the value of the properties in the area. The sewage system is overloaded with frequent overflows of sewage into people's gardens. And ironically, we are in a way pleased that we haven't had so much rain this year, because there have been, and I have documented the evidence, a backflow of sewage and water forming a very considerable lake stretching from the Vine pub up to the bus stop on the A605, making the area impassable. The healthcare and education, local GP surgeries are currently oversubscribed, with residents facing unacceptable wait times. And it is already the case that there are considerable inequalities, educational inequalities, health inequalities, socioeconomic inequalities in the area, which, unless addressed prior to such developments, will only perpetuate those inequalities. Just to give you one example, the GP to patient ratio in Cambridge, for example, is, I am told, 2,000 patients to one GP. In Fenland, in general, and in Whittlesea in particular, it is 2,500 per patient, per GP, with residents facing unacceptable wait times. The health expectancy and mortality rates would also support the arguments about inequality. But I understand some of these may not be your considerations, but they are certainly the considerations of the residents who have to live through these difficulties. Furthermore, local schools have very few, if any, surplus places. As far as I'm aware, one junior school in Whittlesea may be able to afford some places, but that in itself would add to the roads that are already congested, and large classes do not bode well. The existing road network cannot sustain further increases. Our roads are already congested and public transport options remain poor. We're a very rural area and depend to a great extent on our roads. Adding more vehicles will cause total gridlock and even compromise emergency vehicle access. If you now happen to be in Whittlesea, for example, through which all the traffic will inevitably pass, the gridlock is almost there between Television roundabout and the Cemetery Road roundabout. Approving the application before these critical deficits are resolved, I would argue, sir, with respect, is irresponsible. The public health in this will also be impacted if there's a lack of water supply, there is a sewage overflow, and therefore creating immediate hygiene hazards. This will also risk environmental contamination. The educational deficit, as I have said, already exists, not only in the number of places, but in the quality of education that is going to be impacted. I don't want to say too much about it, but we already have some unfortunate negative KPIs, if you like, that we are working on. But again, I would prefer to take these up with you privately, if that is possible or required. So these pressures will increase and perpetuate the inequalities in the area and place almost unbearable burden on the current utilities. So my argument would be that we are very reasonable people. We understand the need for housing, and we are open to any suggestions or arguments that may be put to us that the infrastructure, necessary infrastructure, would precede these developments, and we will happily have another look at it. But I repeat, the infrastructure needs to precede these developments, and I think some of my colleagues there will probably add more detail to this. And may I finally add that the Whittlesea Town Council unanimously rejected this application, and the 14 of us are the people who are closest to the residents and their difficulties, their aspirations. So I hope that due care would be exercised and due note would be taken of what we, the councillors, have to say. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Councillor. You mentioned sharing some information. I'm not able to take private information into account. Everything needs to be open in the inquiry. But if you've got some redacted stuff that you want to submit, then that's possible.
Yeah, okay, that was only in form of evidence, but I think I have made the points, the critical points that need to be taken into account. It was only to substantiate those. Thank you.
I understand. Thank you for the offer. Do either of the advocates have any questions for the councillor?
So I don't, thank you. Many of the points are picked up in the evidence. Those that aren't, I'll ask Mr. Derbyshire to cover in due course.
Thank you, Councillor.
No, I don't.
Good morning.
Good morning. If I may start with a...
Could you introduce yourself to me again?
Yep. My name is Councillor Bob Wicks. I have been the representative for Coates since 2015. I've been a resident in Coates for 27 years. I first came into local politics in 2009 with the main development in Whittlesea, which would have impacted on the education of the children of the village, resulting in them being bussed out of the village to March to be educated. It's against that background and that depth of knowledge of the local government within the area I bring my evidence. One point I will make now is there has been a judgment made by the Planning Inspectorate regarding a property on Feldale Lane. It regarded a proposal for them as part of their property, which was classed as a paddock, to develop a wildflower area with suitable storage for the management of that land. The appeal was rejected on the grounds that the building would constitute the urbanisation of a rural area. And that inspectorate was, I think, some 5-6 years ago. I haven't got the exact date, but I know I was involved in representing the constituents at that time. In recent times, in 2020-21 winter, we had a situation where a octogenarian couple were left without any sewerage provision for 5 days because of the failure of the sewerage pumping station in Coates. There was also at that time a failure, i.e. the pumping station for East Street could not handle the amount of effluent water at that time, as well as the main pumping station for Whittlesea, which is located on the Alleywell Road. It gives a picture of the problems we have with the current infrastructure. The problem with the pumping station in Coates again occurred on the year 23-24, where again residents ended up with a backflow of sewerage into properties in Coates. If the main A605 has any utility works which rely on the total closure of the A605, villagers have a 20-mile detour to take. If the A47 is closed, all traffic is diverted down the A605 and again causes gridlock. It is nothing unusual that residents of Coates come off their driveway and sit in a park queue of traffic. The village school is at capacity now, and as has been said, there is only one primary school in Whittlesea that has any form of capacity at this moment in time. The field in question is and has been ever since I moved to the village been prime agricultural land, and fighting hares have often been seen on that piece of land. The extra 200 houses would compound the access to Peterborough, which is the main employment centre for the rural areas east of Peterborough. The state of the roads within the area is reprehensible, and there are long-standing complaints about the state of the road. The A605 is openly recognise that it is in dire need of a total resurfacing. It's against these backgrounds that I make my statements of knowledge that I have had to deal with as a councillor by my residents on the infrastructure. At this present time, even though Anglian Water installed a new clean water piping to Coates, there are residents of those at the eastern end of the village who are experiencing low pressure and at sometimes no pressure at all. Until this level of infrastructure is put in place, we have a problem in Coates and the surrounding area for all our residents. I also now sit on a number of committees which are health related. And again, this raises another issue of, and I will put it, because Whittlesea is now, when the health structure changed, is now considered to be part of Peterborough. We have got cases of those of us who are of my age getting the email from the NHS which says make your appointment for a booster, and the nearest appointment we can make is in Peterborough. There is no facility in the rural areas. We also have that for diabetic eye screening, of which I'm trying to deal with at the moment. These are all aspects of our health that need to be considered as well. While this doesn't fall within planning, it does fall within the general well-being of the residents of the area. And it's against that background that I submit my evidence. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Councillor. Just to confirm, I spell your surname W-I-C-K-S, is that correct?
That is correct.
And you represent Whittlesea Town Council?
I am a member of Whittlesea Town Council for Coates, Eastry and Turves at this present time, and have represented District Council for what was the Benwick, Coates and Eastry ward.
Very good, thank you. Any questions for the councillor?
Thank you very much.
Right, next speaker, please. Anyone else wish to speak? Okay, thank you very much. Mr. O'Brien-O'Reilly, could I have an estimate of your examination in chief, please, for the landscape?
I can say the very least that we would like to see for the document. I don't think there's any point in proceeding or in developing a new set of fashions we already have in
Okay, then I suggest then that we do that before the break, and once you've presented your, given your evidence in chief, we'll have a break and continue. Just to remind all witnesses that once they start their evidence, they're in purdah and they won't be able to speak to their or confer with their teams. Thank you. And also, while we're getting sorted, this is my first electronic fully electronic working inquiry. I'm doing it without proofs, trying to as much as possible. But I would like a copy of the A3 versions of the visual material for the landscape, if possible, at some point. I don't need it today, but there's no substitute, I think, for looking at verified views and comparisons when you've got them in front of you as opposed to on a screen. But much appreciated. Thank you. Thank you. No problem. I just want to give that to the council just to double check as well. Thanks very much. You wouldn't have had time to put anything in, I know, but thank you very much. That's much appreciated. Thank you. Okay, if you could take the place at the witness table, that'd be great. Thank you. And take your time to make yourself comfortable and ready. No problem. Now, I think it would be helpful if I also asked the advocates that when they start their evidence, if they could give me a list of the documents.
Yes.
And I'll open them on the screen, make sure I've got everything ready.
I should just say, so I think the black laptop also has all the core docs on it, so
Lovely.
that the witnesses can do the same as you're doing and access the documents on the black laptop. That's what I'm told.
Thank you. That's good to know.
And it's also being suggested that we're rather dark in here today. I don't know if we have more light.
Could we have someone play with the light switches, see what we can get in terms of lights, please? Oh, thank you. Aha. Very good. Thank you. Are you ready? Thank you, Mr. O'Brien.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Lee. So, for the benefit of your note, in terms of the documents that I intend to refer to in the course of this morning's evidence in chief, that will be Mr. Lee's proof of evidence. That's core document 14.06. So, you'll be aware that the appendix 1 to that proof of evidence is a landscape statement from Mr. Brown, and we'll refer to that in passing. And then finally, although we may not need to turn it up, but it's relevant to the questions, is the landscape statement of common ground, which is core document 12.04, and in particular tables C and D therein. I'm grateful, sir. We'll be starting with the proof.
One moment, just before you start. This is very embarrassing. I have a personal alarm system which I've forgotten to turn off, and I've just had a call from the office asking me if everything's okay. So just bear with me for a moment.
I think you should deal with that, sir.
Okay, I just need to send a very quick note to my boss telling him that I'm not in a ditch somewhere. Okay, sorry about that.
Mr. Lee, can we start, please, with your... Ah. So it's on and off. Mr. Lee, we can start, please, with your proof of evidence, which is core document 14.06. And if I can introduce you, please, to the inquiry by reference to section 1 of that proof of evidence, where you set out your qualifications and experience. Do all of those qualifications and experience remain correct and up to date?
Yeah, that is correct.
Now, Mr. Lee, you are not a landscape architect, and I wondered, in forming your views on the landscape character and appearance issue and visual impact, what evidence have you relied upon?
I've relied on the LVIA submitted as part of the original application. I've obviously reviewed the proof of evidence by the appellant's team. I've also relied on the report appended to my proof of evidence by Robert Brown of WWA, and obviously the content of the statement of common ground. Alongside this, I've also have over 20 years experience in planning and obviously considering matters such as this in the planning context.
Mr. Lee, I want to focus principally on the areas of dispute so that we can best assist the inspector with the decision that he has to make. Turning first to the effect of the proposal on the character of the site itself, what is your view as to the residual effect on the character of the site?
I think obviously it's quite clear that there would be a significant change to the site through the provision of such a large level of built form, and that will remain in the long term. Due to the nature of the development, it won't soften or become part of the natural landscape or environment over the coming years.
And we know that the appellant refers to what it sees as a lower degree of change, and that reduces over time as planting matures. What do you say about that conclusion or that argument?
I don't agree with that. I think it's a large dominant level of built form, as I've already said. I think that physical siting of it does not change or alter over time. It will remain, and any sort of vegetation or something like that, while that may become more developed, I don't think it mitigates or significantly changes the fact that there is a built form now on this site.
Turning next to the question of land use and ground cover, what are your conclusions on that area of dispute?
I think obviously it's quite clearly a large and significant level of land coverage, particularly relevant compared to the size of Coates as it is now. I'm trying to not wander into just more planning assessment, but obviously the two matters obviously do go hand in hand to some extent in this context. Obviously, it's quite a significant level of land in comparison, and obviously that then naturally relates in a large level of land coverage, and it's also the way that the site spreads and sits behind a lot of Coates, and obviously then spreads deep into the countryside.
And without straying into planning terms, but focusing on landscape, character and appearance, why do you say that level of land use and ground cover is harmful? What is it that's inherently harmful that you say about that?
I think the site currently is undeveloped, and it acts as a natural and clear termination to Coates as it is. The development is a large urban development, I've said, demonstrable level of built form. And this will significantly and permanently result in the site being changed. There will remain in perpetuity housing, roadways and other infrastructure on the site. And obviously this would erode the rural character and appearance of the area, which provides an attractive setting for the site and for Coates.
Dealt in that answer with the question about rural setting, but talking or thinking now about the question of transition between Coates and the countryside, what do you say the development will do for that transition?
Obviously, obviously it changed that. At the moment, the site provides that transitional break, and obviously, if built on, that will no longer be there. It will expand the level of built form and urban development into the countryside, and obviously removing that opportunity. There's a break in transition.
And turning to the question of visual receptors, and if we could turn up the statement of common ground, which is core document 12.04. And table D, once you've opened, which is page 9 for your benefit, sir. So, as I understand it, Mr. Lee, the areas of dispute between the council with respect to visual receptors and the appellant relates to viewpoints 9 and viewpoints 10. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And what is your position as to why moderate adverse is to be preferred to minor adverse?
Well, I think the important point is that it will significantly change the site. As I've said, it will remain from these views for the foreseeable future and longer term. The loss and erosion of the natural beauty, the landscape value, is a permanent outcome, and I think personally that is more a moderate adverse impact on those views or visual receptors. Thanks.
So, is there anything else you'd like to say to the inspector at this stage of your evidence?
Just that I, consider the proposed development, will have a real and demonstrable harm on the character of the area and the site of the wider area. The change will be significant, and it will remain in the long term, and won't generally be softened through longer term or through vegetation generally. Thank you.
So, Nida, I promise to be brief, and those concludes my questions and examination. The Chief, if you stay where you are, mine and a friend will have questions for you in course examination.
Thank you. Although you don't have to stay where you are for 20 minutes because we're going to have a break for about that long. Let's have a break then and resume at 11:45. 11:45. Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Mr. Boyle, if I may, just before you start, I've just been handed a couple of documents. One, I think, is a copy of the statement, so I can hand that back to the appellant. Thanks very much. And the other is the still compliance statement, which I mentioned this morning. Do you have a copy of that, Mr. Boyle? Okay, thanks. I'll take that in as an inquiry document because I haven't seen that yet. And that will go online as inquiry document 05. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Boyle.
So thank you. Can I just start with apologies? It was I who was bleating about coffee, and there has been a canister put behind your head, which is now making a racket. So I wonder if we could switch it off. We've had our coffee break. I said it's just we pull the plug out, but there we are. Yeah. Hopefully that'll ameliorate the noise. Mr. Lee, good morning, as it still just is. Mr. Lee, you sit in the unenviable position of giving landscape evidence despite not being a landscape architect, as you said to my own friend, yes?
That's correct.
Yeah. And I've got your proof, which has a section on it from a planner covering character appearance. I've also got your appendix 1, which is Mr. Brown's report. It's called a landscape statement. He is an expert, but he's not available here for me to cross-examine, correct?
That's correct.
The only live witness the inspector will hear from who is an expert in landscape matters is Mr. Smith, who sits to my immediate right. That's correct?
Before the inspector is Mr. Brown's report.
That's
so
why I said
he will have that information before him. And I think we all can agree that the actual differences between the two professional parties are quite limited. It's not actually in relation to things such as the methodology or any of the matters such as that. So I think it's quite, quite a fine point. Yeah.
It'll help if you focus on the question I put rather than other matters. The question I put was the only live witness who is expert in this inquiry on landscape matters is Mr. Smith, who sits to my right. That's correct, isn't it?
Well, I do have 20 years of planning experience dealing with landscape matters, including hearings, etc. So while I may not have qualifications, I may not be able to comment explicitly on matters. If we were challenging, example, the methodology in matters such as that, but on the planning judgment, which is actually what the main key aspect of this is, I would consider I do have professional expertise to make comment on that.
Forgive me, Mr. Lee, you do not purport to have any expertise, technical expertise, qualified expertise in landscape matters. And in particular, if I can take you to this, you don't purport to be qualified to undertake an LVIA or to review one undertaken by another, correct?
I agree with that. That wasn't the same question you just asked.
Let's not fence, Mr. Lee. It's early days in the inquiry. That's correct, isn't it?
Yeah, as I said, it's correct.
That's very helpful. Thank you very much. Good. Now let's have a look at what has been put before the inspector. So Appendix 1, Mr. Brown's report. And if we could also have, please, the Statement of Common Ground on Landscape, which is CD 1204. And that's signed by Mr. Brown and by Mr. Smith in July of this year. Do you have that?
Yep.
And I'm going to ask you to have a few things. Now, you'll have to just do it on your screen. I'm not quite sure how you manage it with bookmarks and so on, but a few things open all at the same time. In the Statement of Common Ground, you will find tables, starting with Table A on beneath paragraph 3.4. Do you have that?
Sorry, I can't speak when your mic's on.
Dear.
Yeah, I have that.
Then Table B, 3.7.
Should we just nod rather than, is that easier for everyone with the...
You said the camera's fixed. Will it pick up?
Mr. Lee said that only one microphone would pick up one voice at a time.
But does the camera pick up both individuals, or does it swap?
Visually, no, the camera's a fixed view. There's only the one view. It doesn't swap between us.
It embraces the witness. So hopefully viewers at home can pick up when Mr. Lee nods or whatever the relevant response is.
I hope so.
All right, let's see how we get on, Mr. Lee. So table A, table B, table C is under 313.
Yep, that's correct.
Excellent. And you will be familiar at least with this. Glivia sets out a broad methodology which has been used by your expert, Mr. Brown, as well. I picked that up from his report, paragraph 1.2.4. And essentially, just to quickly rehearse matters, the exercise is divided into two. You have character assessment, and then separately you have visual assessment. And in each case, there is a stepwise process. For each of them, you first of all identify what your receptors are you're dealing with. And then in respect to the receptors you concerned with character, you deal with value and susceptibility. And then there's a combination of those two factors to lead to sensitivity. Yes?
Yep.
Then for visual, you seek to assess the sensitivity of those receptors, and receptors, of course, at that point are not views, they're notional people in given areas undertaking certain activities, so they could be walkers, drivers, school children in classrooms, etc. Yes?
Correct.
And you ascribe the sensitivity of those receptors to the change in view. And then in both cases, you then assess the magnitude as a result, magnitude change as a result of development.
Yep.
And then there's a sort of matrix, and we all recognize it's not a mathematical matter, but there's a sort of matrix that relates sensitivity to magnitude of change that then leads to significance of effect.
Yep.
And that's conducted at year 1 and year 15, taking into account any such changes mitigation may bring about between those two periods, yes?
Yep.
And we see that, don't we, that structure reflected in the tables we've just seen. So table A is landscape character receptors that leads to sensitivity judgment. Table B is visual receptors that leads to sensitivity judgment for those. The table C is the effects, so it gives the magnitude and then relating to the sensitivity, the effect at year 1, year 15. And then table C is the equivalent for visual.
Yep.
That's very helpful. Now, it's fair to say, isn't it, if I go to your proof, say it's paragraph 640, in my version it's page 22 of your proof. Tell me when you're there. Broad degree of agreement regarding baseline landscape characteristics and nature of development. However, there remains, you say, significant disagreement regarding the magnitude of change and the sensitivity of the receiving landscape and receptors, and consequently the significance of the effect. Now, just for clarity, it's right to record, isn't it, that against the statement of common ground, there's no difference at all between the parties on sensitivity either of landscape character receptors or visual receptors. That's table A and B.
Yeah, that's correct.
That's very helpful. So the only difference there is, and see if it's significant or not, the only difference there is to do with magnitude of change in some of the instances.
Correct.
For landscape receptors, table C, I've identified two differences. Is that fair? Character of the site itself and land use stroke ground cover itself.
Yep, I agree.
And that then leads to a difference in the significance. And just so we have table C in front of us, it's under paragraph 313 of the Statement of Common Ground. The difference is that the appellant has high year 1 declining to medium year 15 for character of the site, and medium year 1 to low year 15 for land use and ground cover. And in both cases, the authority has put in high.
In relation to the magnitude of the effect, yeah.
Magnitude, that's right. And what it doesn't do is assess separately year 1 and year 15. It just has high, correct? That's correct, isn't it?
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Now, if I then go to see the supporting evidence for that, it is and can only be Mr. Brown's report because he's the signatory to the Statement of Common Ground. And I go to paragraph 212, where he has an equivalent to table table C. No, forgive me, equivalent to table A. And over the page is his equivalent to table C. Do you have that? Thank you. 212 is expressed, I assume deliberately, not as his view, but the council's position. There would be a high magnitude for the site itself and a high magnitude for the land use and ground cover. That's right, isn't it? That's how it's expressed.
He was asked to do an independent review on behalf of the council, so that might be his terminology. But I would not suggest, that I can confirm we have not told him to find a particular.
Very well. Well, we'll see how it's expressed. The council's view as opposed to his view. Let's imagine it's a council's view that he shares. It's fair to say, isn't it, that when one reads the rest of the document, there's no explanation as to why he doesn't have a different reading for year 1 and 15 in the way that the methodology that he's agreed to does. Is there? Mr. Lee.
See, it explains his reasoning.
He does not at any point set out why he does not consider year 1 and year 15 separately, does he?
No.
And so having only one entry and not recognising the year 15 and year 1 assessments as per the agreed methodology, that is a proposition which is without expert technical evidential support, correct?
I consider it because he doesn't consider there to be a change.
You are making supposition, Mr. Lee, you see, because you are not the author. I can't ask him questions. We can only read the document he's produced. And we've agreed he makes no such observation.
It doesn't explain why, but I would infer just as much as you're saying that there is a flaw that he's not done. It's because there's no need to be, because he considers it the same to be both.
Sure.
That was my reading of the document. So otherwise, I would have sought some clarity on that, but just took it to be. Maybe I assumed something I shouldn't have done, but that was the way I read it.
That's precisely the point I'm putting to you. You have made assumptions based on no evidential content within the document that we've just been looking at. That's right, isn't it?
Professional judgment, yeah.
Yeah. And hence the question I put to you, you can answer in the affirmative. Such an assertion is without technical expert evidence on behalf of Mr. Brown.
Don't necessarily agree with that. You're assuming that he should have two different scores, and by the singular, I would suggest that he's doesn't consider that's necessary.
Let's see if we can get a rather clearer agreement on visual then, shall we, Mr. Lee? Turn to table D. The only differences that I've been able to deduce within table D are to viewpoint 9, public right of way 19, viewpoint 10, Neen Way, public right of way 16. Is that correct?
That's correct.
We know from table B that the sensitivity is agreed between the parties, between the relevant experts.
Correct.
We also know that if we look at the top of the table, the most immediate receptors, so that's March Road at viewpoint 1, 2, and 3, the agreement between the parties, year 1, year 15, is there set out. But that is immediately adjacent to the development. Yes?
Sorry, can we
So, table D, tell me if I'm going too fast. Oh, so sorry, I'm so sorry.
I'm trying to make sure the public, anyone watching, can hear what we're actually saying. Yeah, no, I agree.
Thank you very much indeed. So we slip down to viewpoint 9, viewpoint 10. The inspector has a map that tells him where those are. We can look at those if we need to in due course, not least with Mr. Smith. But in terms of identifying the difference between the parties, we have moderate adverse for the council and minor adverse for the appellant, correct?
Correct.
Go back, please, to your Appendix 1, Mr. Brown's statement. Do you have that? Yep. Go to the contents page, page 2 of the document. Introduction, qualification, experience, scope, guidance used. Number 2, statement of common ground. Number 3, landscape character effects. Leaf through, if you wish, the document itself. It's right to say, isn't it, because it finishes on page 10 under overall landscape effects on the character of the site itself. There is no discussion, is there, of visual impact, and specifically no discussion of VP9 and VP10, and why the residual impact should be different from that found by the appellant. Correct?
Correct.
So again, we have a situation where the moderate adverse impact recorded there is not something which is evidentially supported by expert evidence led by the authority through Mr. Brown. It's not
I don't know if I would
there.
agree with saying it's not supported. You know, Mr. Brown is a qualified expert on this matter, and he's made his professional opinion laid out. I think really, you know, this matter is before the inspector, and it's something he'll need to make a judgment call on.
Well, the inspector, of course, has to make a judgment, but answer the question I put to you. There is nothing in the expert report that you have presented as your Appendix 1 which discusses or justifies a different reading for VP9, VP10 at all, is that? Just not mentioned.
Not detailed assessment, no.
Well, it's just not, it's completely silent. It's just not covered. Correct?
Correct.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, possibly the last point I needed to text you with, Mr. Lee. As we discussed before, the exercise for both character and visual requires identification of receptors.
Correct, sorry. I thought it was going to be
And that is itself an expert judgment, because the Glivia gives to the author of the Livia, or indeed in this case the reviewer of the Livia, the choice of choosing which receptors they wish to analyze, and then they describe these receptors, and then they work the process through.
Sorry, yeah.
That's very helpful. The landscape character receptors are set out at table A, and you may be familiar that in addition to those which were contained in the submitted LVIA, Mr. Brown asked that the character of the site itself be considered as a separate receptor, and that's what's been done.
Yep, that's correct.
You can see that second entry under the heading site in immediate context. The first entry under that heading is character of the site itself. Yeah. We can see it's medium right the way through, both for the appellants and the authority.
Correct, so.
And so the difference that we spotted in terms of the site and immediate context headings, if we turn to table C, do not include that entry.
You're referring to the statement of common ground, yeah?
Statement of common ground, table C. We've got character of the site itself, high to medium for magnitude, high magnitude year 1, but as we've discussed, no reference to year 15. And so it's the year 15 there is an apparent difference, moderate to major, but not at year 1. Correct? Oops. Looking at the document, not at you.
You've asked a couple of rhetorical questions, and because of the mic, I've assumed you didn't expect an answer at times as well. Sorry. So we've had some.
Let's year 15 with a difference, not year 1.
Yeah, agree.
It's very helpful. Now, that's the character of the site itself. As a planner, you'd be obviously recognizing that the way Glivia works, if you're going to turn a greenfield to housing development, which is principally what this is, you're going to have an on-site significant impact of the character. Yes?
That would be my professional opinion. Yeah.
And that necessarily cannot be a bar to development, or else we would never have greenfield extensions to existing settlements. It's just something the inspector has to take into account.
That's where the planning judgment comes in.
It's very helpful. In the same way, when we look to the location of the visual receptors which are receiving agreed major adverse, those are the visual receptors immediately adjacent to the site.
Correct.
Same point arising. It's not very surprising if you stand on the site boundary overlooking a field today and overlooking a housing estate tomorrow, there's going to be an adverse effect as per the methodology of Glivia.
Correct.
Thank you very much. Then we have to, of course, lift our eyes a little, don't we, in terms of the wider context. And the wider context, in terms of the landscape receptor chosen, table C, go back please, is the Fenland LCA. You have that?
That's correct.
And within the site and immediate context, the area is the Whittlesea Island LCA. Correct?
Correct.
Your proof, you mention at the beginning of your section on landscape and visual impact, it's your paragraph 635. Find that for me.
Yep.
That the site sits within the Fens National Character Area, NCA.
Yep.
And you describe that as the low-lying, open, expansive landscape characterized by flat topography, long-distance views, etc. The NCA is not a receptor which the two experts have chosen to use, either of them, is it?
No, that isn't.
There may be a reason for that, but let's keep away from inferences. Let's go to the ones they have chosen. The wider context is the Fenland LCA. Now that is at county level, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
And then at immediate context, it's the Whittlesea Island LCA. That's at the district level.
Yep.
And in both cases, Mr. Lee, it's correct, isn't it, that the experts are in agreement that the residual effect for the wider and the immediate context is no more than minor.
That is the normal case because of those assessments are large-scale documents and large-scale assessments of areas where, obviously, reading the reason for refusal, it's quite clear that it talks to harm on the character of the area rather than a much larger area. So I agree with that, but that isn't a surprise. As you know, as you said, if you're looking at a field, it getting built and you accept there'll be harm. If you look at a very large character appraisal area, developing a field is unlikely to result in significant potentially.
Well, that's why we've looked at, or they have looked at, not just the wider context of the Fenland LCA, and it doubtless is why they didn't use the national NCA, which is bigger, but the LCA, Fenland LCA is there, minor adverse, but also they focused in on the Whittlesea Island LCA under the heading of site and immediate context, and that is also minor, isn't it, Mr. Lee? Isn't it?
Medium to low.
Residual effect
Oh,
under
residual,
heading
sorry, residual.
minor adverse.
Yeah, sorry.
And that's agreed between the experts.
Yep, that's correct.
Thank you very much. Now, if I then go back to your proof, We have already in the Statement of Common Ground agreed, and you don't dispute it, that this is not a valued landscape for the purposes of paragraph 187A of the MPPF.
Correct.
That's not to say it doesn't have landscape value, and we can see the landscape value being attributed to it by the experts, but it doesn't then fall within the policy test, national policy test of paragraph 178A. It falls within the policy test of 187, actually, 187A. It falls within the policy test of 187B.
Correct.
It's also absent any form of designation, be it international, national, or locally.
Correct.
Valued landscapes through the operation of TGN 0221 can be judged as being valued landscapes, even if they don't have a designation. We are therefore below even that level because it's agreed we're not even an undesignated valued landscape, correct?
Correct.
And so when one goes to paragraph 188, which talks of the hierarchy of international, national, and locally designated sites, we would be off the bottom of the scale, even if you added valued landscapes after locally designated sites.
I think you've skipped the key point, though, of 187B, that is to recognise the intrinsic character and beauty of the countryside.
I haven't skipped it in the slightest, but I'm
Okay,
asking
just
about
checking.
paragraph 188.
No, but we did talk 187, now we've gone to 188. I just wanted to clarify. So I think that's the key point. It doesn't matter how many times you ask me, is it at some level of protected site? No, it is not. I can answer all of them in one block response if you would like. But what I would take you back to is paragraph 817B, which is that irrespective of that, as decision makers, we need to recognise the intrinsic character and beauty of the countryside. And that is the fundamental point on the reasons for refusal.
Well, forgive me, no one is suggesting you're not, the decision maker is not going to be recognising intrinsic beauty, character and beauty, but I'm on 188. It's right, isn't it, that the site here, and the landscape within which it sits, is off the bottom of the hierarchy, even after non-designated valued landscapes.
Obviously, that's for plan making rather than decision making. 188.
I get that, but it's right, isn't it?
To some extent, obviously, it's a relatively moot point in this, as this is a decision, not a plan making process. Obviously, there's a very big difference between the two.
And so when we have a non-valued landscape, not a 187A landscape, in respect of which, Whittlesea Island LCA, there is only a minor adverse impact at year 15, it wouldn't be right, would it, to give character impact substantial weight in the negative side of the balance?
So I can repeat that. So I was just double reading 188 as you.
When one is dealing with a non-quotes valued landscape, so a non-187A landscape, and in respect of that immediate context, the Whittlesea Island LCA records a minor adverse impact at year 15, it would not be appropriate to accord that substantial negative weight in the negative basket of the planning balance, would it?
I'm struggling to understand your question to some extent, because obviously this is for plan making in 1AA, and obviously that also talks about just the point of amenity value, which the council would suggest this site has, and that basis the reason for refusal.
I've moved away from 188, I'm taking you back to 187A. Do you want me to put the question again?
Sorry, 187.
187A, we're not a valued landscape.
As I've said already, I've got no issue with accepting that, but we're not, council I don't think is proposing 187A as a matter.
And in respect of this non-quotes valued landscape, the Whittlesea Island LCA, which is set out as the immediate context, records an agreed minor adverse effect at year 15. And that being so, it would not be appropriate to give it a substantial negative weight in the basket on the negative side of the planning balance, would it?
Not if you're going to be looking at that large scale, but the reason refusal doesn't do that.
Whittlesea Island LCA, we've been around the houses on this, is the site and immediate context. And it's got minor adverse on the agreed position. Now answer my question, please. Given the agreed position by the experts, it wouldn't be appropriate to give it substantial negative weight, would it?
If you're going to look at that scale, no, but that's not
Very
what
much.
the reasonable refusal does.
Mr. Boyle, may I
By all
interject?
means, sir.
Just a point that the witness made a moment ago on paragraph 188 in respect of plan making. How is that relevant in this case and decision taking?
There's a corollary to the decision-making process of giving different weight to different qualities of landscapes, and that's echoed in 188. Right. Thank you very much, Mr. Lee. I didn't touch on another landscape now.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. Don't go anywhere. I know the urge to relax after the cross examination is a strong one. Thank you. A couple of questions from me, which I hope won't be too taxing. You mentioned the site as being a transitional one in the examination in chief, and I was just wondering what the transitional nature was, how it was transitional.
To some extent, probably almost over plan. I think it acts as quite a clear buffer. It's undeveloped. The only sort of, I suppose, as you come down the road and you swing round, it provides some visual break before you get to the relatively new housing that's been put there. So it's more of a transitional as a visual as you come in to look towards Coates, rather than maybe one of those sites where you might have intermittent bits of some sort of built form or occasional housing where that acts as a sort of a progressional development, if that makes sense.
Okay. Yeah, I was wondering about the transitional element because it's flat at the moment. I think I understand it now. Flat at the moment, but then it goes straight into village, and there's dwellings on the other side. So I had a difficulty in understanding what the transition was when it just went from open countryside straight into built. So, okay, I understand that. Is there? I want to ask you something that's outside your evidence now, but based on your local knowledge of the area, is there a similar transition on the other side of Coates, in your opinion?
To be honest, my local knowledge is probably not as expert as some of the others as head of planning.
I saw the councillor shaking his head behind you.
I was going to say no. I can only give you my professional opinion from driving through. I've never considered it or formally, but no would be my answer. But yeah, I've just never formally considered that as.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien O'Reilly. Thank you. Now, I'm tempted to have an early lunch, but I think I will ask how long your examination in chief will be, Mr. Boyle.
Oh, we'll be 45 minutes, in chief. I think it won't be long at all.
That's good timing. If everybody's happy to go have an examination in chief now, have lunch at 1 o'clock.
Would you like to do that? Absolutely.
Yes, unless you're particularly hungry.
Is your tummy rumbling?
No, I'm fine. I'm fine to go.
Mr. Smith is eager to get on in that case, so thank you very much.
Thank you.
So can I just check if we're finishing in chief at 1? Obviously he'll be in Purder over lunch, but Them and Friends cross examination I think was indicated not terribly long. So are we anticipating the site visit this afternoon?
No, it's because I haven't rented a car this afternoon. So
okay, that's fine. So site visit is just to make sure we've got the right people in the right place for the site visit.
I'll tell you what. I'll get everybody's timings now.
Is anything any longer than Them and Friends being violent? Yes, in about that. So I think if we resume at 2, we'll probably be done by 3.
Okay.
So the re-examination, the roughly say 3:15.
Right then. Let's have a change of plan. We'll have lunch now then, if this afternoon is going to be short, and we'll finish early.
So we did point out if you could take a lift to somebody so long as there was somebody both sides there.
I could, or we could do it tomorrow early when it's a bit less hot.
Can I make a little plea then? So, if we're not going to the site visit this afternoon, could we take to the full hour rather than a shorter time? Just simply because I'm told that the nearest way of getting any comestibles involves a car journey. So if we could have, let's say, to 1:30 from 12:20, if that's acceptable to you, and then we'll come back here and have Mr. Smith's evidence.
Okay. Sorry, Mr. Smith, excited about giving evidence, but you'll need to wait. So we're going to have a lunch break, slightly longer than usual, to allow people to get supplies from March, and we'll come back at 1:30. Thank you. First of all, an apology. Somebody doesn't know how time works, and I've said 1:30, and managed to come back 10 minutes late. So the reason for that is that the time on my computer doesn't update unless you press the computer. So I was looking at 13:20 for about 10 minutes on the computer. So sorry about that. My apologies again. On a happier note, though, I did watch a bit of the YouTube broadcast because I was missing you all so much, and I can report that it's working fine. I didn't notice any problems with the microphones. We were picked up okay.
So on that, we had a comment from the very helpful IT man who says it's not true that you have to go play tennis with the microphones. In fact, you can have up to 4 on at any given moment and it'll be picked up. So I think hopefully from now on we can be a bit smoother with the questions and answers.
That is a remarkable piece of information. It's probably the best thing I've ever heard in this room.
Well, so in that case, without further ado, we have Mr. Smith, as you can see, in position. I think, so, to be perfectly, the only documents we're going to look at are his proof and his appendices, and the Statement of Common Ground, which is Landscape Statement of Common Ground, which is CD 12.04. We may want to dip into the LVIA itself, which is to be found at 1.05, but it's a sequence of lettered sections, isn't it, Mr. Smith? I think it's A to D when you're going for the electronic document. But I think we'll probably not need to go there. And so you've got in front of you the A3 printed versions, which are Appendix 2 to Mr. Smith's proof. So that's probably the best place to go to in terms of that. So, Mr. Smith, I'll introduce you to the inquiry from your main proof. You're Andrew Smith, is that correct?
That's correct.
You tell us you have qualifications which include BSc Honours degree and MSc in Landscape Ecology, Design and Management. You're a member of the Landscape Institute and a Chartered Landscape Architect. You have 30 years post-qualification experience in landscape planning and design. You prepared townscape and landscape and visual impact assessments, standalone or coordinated as part of YES, outline and detailed design, range of residential, commercial, mineral waste development projects at the UK. You sit on the South Downs National Park and design Southeast Design Review panels, and you sit as expert witness on townscape and landscape, visual, greenbelt matters on numerous occasions. Your instruction is set out at 1.3 of your proof, and at 1.5 you set out the usual declaration. Scope is set out at section 2, forgive me. You set out at 2.2 the 2 reasons for refusal that you address in your evidence, noting at 2.3 that much of matter 1 and the first reason in fact is planning evidence rather than your own expertise. You pull out a few points from the officer's report in the rest of section 2, and then section 2.7 you pick up some of the salient points from the Statement of Common Ground. Thank you very much. Now, what I'd like to do, if I may, is take up the Statement of Common Ground. We're now familiar with these tables. So that's CD 12.04.
Yeah.
And the entries that we've got, table A for landscape character receptors, going through the process as we discussed before, value, susceptibility, then leading to sensitivity for the appellant and the council, and they're all the same readings. Then visual receptors are agreed, and then sensitivity, the appellant and the council are agreed. That's table B, and then move on to table C. That's where we turn to the question of magnitude, and from magnitude into residual effect at year 1 and 15, council and appellant, and then table D, the same for visual receptors.
That's correct. Yeah.
The magnitude change year 1, year 15, and then the residual effect. Now, keep table D open for me, please. We'll come back to table C in a moment. What I want to do, first of all, is to pick up with you just some of the context. If you go within your proof, there's a section called Contextual Landscape Character and then Settlement, and 2 maps at page 13 of the hard copy document. It's figure 1.0 and 2.0.
Yes, I have those.
Let the inspector turn those up. 1.0 and 2.0. What is it that you'd like him to draw from this? Why have you included these maps?
So the maps here, it's really the extent of flooding and the rather unique proposition that Coates itself sits on this.
Of the document
It's
in hard copies.
page 13, Fig 1 and Fig 2, and they're both extracts from the Neighbourhood Plan Appendix A. And it really shows the extent of flooding and the fact that, rather uniquely, Coates and the island settlements rise above that flooding area.
No, forgive me. So it's the figures embedded in the text itself.
In the proof itself,
So
so they look like that. There's
if
two
you
big.
find paragraph 3.8, you should find two blue.
Paragraph 3.8.
And forgive me, Mr. Smith, you were saying, what are these showing?
So it's the extent of flooding and the fact that the island settlements, that is why they are the island settlements, and it's very apparent the extent of the island in relation to those two images, the blue being the flooded area and the fact that these rise above it. And really the bottom one is just a bit of a zoom in of the top one. The top one shows the extent of Whittlesea neighbourhood and the parish, and the bottom one just shows Whittlesea, and then Coates you can see there, and the site circled in as a little red circle in figure 2 to locate you, sir.
Thank you. Just for clarity, it doesn't appear at first blush that the little red circle is in the same place as vis-a-vis Coates and the corner.
I think it sort of escaped. It probably got the water rose up and it drifted off slightly to the east in the top drawing.
Sure.
The bottom drawing is the one that to be looked at.
I can say which is the more accurate.
The bottom one.
Bottom. Thank you very much. That's helpful. And then move on a couple of pages to the figure 3, which sits above 316 of the text.
Yeah, I've got that.
You've got there the appeal site marked in red. That embraces the land for the school, obviously. What's the purpose of putting this in from your perspective?
That's really just, it's talking to you about the content. It's all building up the character. So we'll come on to a little more, I'm sure, shortly. But that townscape and the facilities and the local facilities. So that plan is from the design and access statement. It shows you where the facilities are, and there is a distance isochrome on there, the dotted line that tells you the walk distances from the site to those facilities. But really that's a matter within the DAS, but it's just saying that is where we are, that is Coates, that is the settlement, that's what's on the doorstep.
Thank you. The next heading I find is natural landscape at 319, and you talk about the wide landscape, that land gently falls away from the settled islands to the wider open fens, and then the reference in the middle of the paragraph to mature shelter belts, areas of woodland, assimilate the settlement and peripheral commercial activities into the landscape. And you talk about the LCA, which is the Fenland LCA at that point, referencing the many islands, etc.
Yes.
From Ely to small ones. And the focus settlement made more prominent by the associated tree cover. Yeah?
That's
Just
correct.
Keeping that point in mind, I'm going to move on, please, to it's the text which is quoted at 327.
Yes,
You have that. Reference there again to the quote from the LCA in terms of the focus settlement prominent tree cover. Now, immediately below that, you should find on the same page figure 4.0, which is the location of the viewpoint, the photo viewpoints.
That's correct. Yes.
It's a bit small, but we can see the numbered points.
Yeah.
And if you still have open, as I asked, the visual receptor table, table D.
Table D.
Table D
yes.
in the Statement of Common Ground.
Yes.
We can just quickly run through these. 1, 2, 3 on March Road. I hope you can see.
Yes. So if you look at that, it is rather small, that diagram. There are others to see it, but immediately adjacent to March Road, immediately to the south of the site, going from west to east, is viewpoints 1, 2, and 3. So they're in immediate proximity. BP 1, 2, and 3.
Then you have 4, which is a right of way.
That's a right of way, and that is just to the southeast of the site, so off down March Road.
And at that point, the agreed visual impact is minor adverse. It's moved from the immediately adjacent to number 4, what goes from major down to minor.
Yeah.
And then you have a series of negligibles, which we just pick them up. 5.
So 5, you've moved further away to the southeast, and you're then beyond the existing built form, and the site is
Yeah.
it'll be apparent there, but you're away from it. 6 even
6
further away.
and 7. No, 6 and 7. I can see a blue notation that goes diagonally across the page. What's that?
So that's one of the big drainage channels running
you.
across the site. So we're really into the floodable area on the flood maps there, and very much the open fen.
So we've left the island at that point.
We've left we're off the island.
Thank you. And then 9 and 10 to the north. Well, I should pick up 8 probably as well, first of all.
So 8 is
8
still
is next to the site.
very 8 is next to the site, so that's where we will park tomorrow when we meet. So you will see that.
And that's still down as negligible according to the
It is.
agreed
In terms
table.
of there's evergreen hedging in that location.
And then we go 9 and 10.
And 9 and 10, we're still on the island, but 9 we're moving away, so we progress up Eldonell Lane, which is the local lane, and then 10 we get to the levee, and then beyond that we then drop down into you can see all the blue drainage pattern associated with the Fenland landscape.
Thank you very much.
On 10.
Now the quote on that page, just above the figure, is in respect of the Fenland LCA, which is the county level. Yeah. And I know as one of the receptors you have Whittlesea Island LCA. Can I just, with that in mind, go to now it's your appendices.
It is.
The first set of appendices are figures, and I want figure A.
Figure A.
Figure A.
Yes,
which is an aerial photograph.
Yeah.
The first map after the heading Appendix 1. Aerial photograph with some cross-hatching and a white boundary. Just help us with what that's showing.
Okay, so on there, as per the legend, you've got the Cambridgeshire Green Infrastructure Strategy has landscape character areas, and it has 8 fenlands, and that is the horizontal green crosshatch, and that is a much, much broader area. Mm-hmm. It's not as broad as the Fens national character area, which is absolutely vast and extends all the way to the Wash. We've come down in scale to Cambridgeshire, we've come down to the Fenlands, character area 8, but that still has this differentiation. It washes over the entirety, and it goes from the levees, drainage areas, all the watercourses and the open skies, but then you come in closer and you get to Whittlesea Island, and this is the white line, and that frames the white line. Everything within that white line is Whittlesea Island.
Thank you.
And Whittlesea Island is the island settlement, and landscape is 2 components. In fact, it's 3 components definitionally. Landscape is natural landscape, it is townscape or settlement, and landscape is also seascape. So in this sense, in this Whittlesea Island character area, the landscape components are both the settlement of Coates and the natural agrarian landscape around that. They are both components of landscape.
Thank you very much. What I'd like to do now is just compare the 2 images. So we have figure 4.0, which in my version is page 20. That shows where the photographs are taken.
Yeah.
And then you've got figure A in the appendix, and I'm focusing on the Whittlesea Island area, so I can see Coates Road.
Yeah.
And therefore I can judge where 1, 2, and 3 sit.
Yeah.
Is 4 still within Whittlesea Island?
So 4 is you're just within it. So if you look at the bottom, let's get the southeastern corner of the site, and you go down the road there, you're just into that field that sits below, just on the island number 4.
So 5, 6, 7, where are they?
They are all outside Whittlesea Island. You would be looking back towards Whittlesea Island.
8 within. What about 9 and 10?
And 9 and 10 are also within, but 10 is right on the periphery to the north.
Now, you mentioned just a second ago, it involves landscape but also settlement.
Yeah.
And what are the settlements that we're seeing here in this aerial photograph?
So you're seeing here, there is Coates in the middle and adjacent to the site, and then off to the west, you're seeing Eastry.
Thank you very much. Now, if I turn the page in the appendices, or electronically, actually, so I think you have them in hard copy, don't you? Figure B.
D or B?
B for Bertie.
B for Bertie. Yes.
Yeah. It's actually showing the progressive growth of settlements across a time period, pre-1915 and then to current. But just in terms of what we see between the 2 diagrams, figure A and figure B, I can see Coates, I can see Eastry, and I can see the appeal site.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then what is it that you want the inspector to draw from the diagram on the right, if it's landscape, on the right-hand side of this figure, where you've got distances marked?
So bottom right.
Bottom right.
So bottom right is the culmination of the settlement evolution. So what the journey there is, you've gone from the 3 settlements on the spine road, on the island, that's the top left. You've then seen the development between 1950 and 1975 is the orange. So you can see how development inevitably grows away from the spine road. It grows along the spine road, but also away from the spine road. And that continues then after 1975, that's the yellow colour, and you see that for the settlements. And then in the bottom right, what you're seeing is those distances. Now there's one adjacent to North Green, that's 280 metres. So it takes in the orange colour and the yellow colour. But now the cumulative distance of those is 280 metres away from March Road, or the Spine Road as we call it. You'll see the one in the yellow next to it, that's 160, and it looks as though it stops mid-yellow settlement, but that's actually where the gardens are in that instance.
So you've drawn it to the end.
So we've drawn it to the end of the developed aspects as opposed to the gardens, to be fair.
Thank you.
And then to the south of March Road, opposite the site, you'll see that we actually progress down towards the local roads, which are South Green and Fieldside, which are off South Green, and that's 340 metres. Again, you'll see the depth away from March Road. Immediately opposite the site, it is 100 metres, and then you see the number on the site, the 255. So that's, again, how it fits within that overall evolution of the settlement.
Thank you very much indeed. Now,
Sorry, if I could interrupt. I didn't understand the point about the gardens. Sorry, the 160
So sorry,
metres.
sir, if perhaps you do look at figure A at the same time, so you will see on the diagram with 160 metres, if you then look at the diagram, the photograph itself, you will see immediately adjacent to the site, you then need to move a little bit across, and there are very long gardens in that instance, and you'll see them on every aerial photograph. So I haven't included the line to take in the extent of those gardens, but I've stopped it short. So where the immediate backs of the properties are, the rear gardens.
Thank you. I realised I was thinking of the green in Coates Village itself. So thank you very much.
thank you. That was figure B. Can I, again, keeping figure A open so we can see Whittlesea Island, can I take you to figure D next, please? Which is called Built and Vegetative Screening Components. And I can see orange areas. They are not as extensive as the settlement in the photograph, you can explain that, and then also green areas, and then the appeal site marked in red. So just tell again what you'd like the inspector to take from this drawing.
So coming to that diagram, but I'll give you a paragraph reference, sir, but to have written down. But 3.27, I talk of the Fenland landscape, and it says these islands are significant as the focus of settlement and are made prominent by their associated tree cover. So what this diagram shows at the Whittlesea level, so this is figure D, quite rightly, I haven't toned over the entirety of Coates, and as we go off to the west, but I've showed that surrounds the site. So what you will see is mature vegetation in green, and that surrounds, it goes down Eldonell Lane that heads north to the east of the site. It goes down March Road. It goes up Felldale Lane, with a large triangular of woodland. But in combination, it is those buildings, the built form, the development adjacent to the road corridors, it is the mature tree cover. What they do is visually assimilate the site into its landscape. They collectively create the island settlement. They are the ones that we've got 10 views. And of those 10 views, a number of them are in immediate proximity and the site is apparent. But very quickly you go beyond that and the site simply isn't apparent. That is because of the visual screening function of the existing built form and the mature vegetation. And that diagram tells you the extent of that. And pretty much all of that is on the island, if you like, and within the Whittlesea Island white line of the previous page we looked at.
Thank you. So two points arise from that, please. The first being, when the inspector reads references to the wider landscape and the Fenland landscape and wide open skies and all that kind of thing, how applicable is it at a local level? compared with the Whittlesey Island characterisation.
It's a very different landscape. And you can see that by going, we will go there, sir. We'll go to view 10 and we'll stand at view 10 and we'll look south towards the site and you'll see one outcome, and you'll look north across the levee into the distance over the Fenland landscape. And that will be very apparent, the difference.
Thank you very much. And again, second point being, if we just compare I've now got 3 drawings open. One is figure 4 from the text, then figure A from the appendix, and now figure D from the appendix. I can notionally superimpose the white boundary of Whittlesey Island onto your figure D, and see how the see how the green is picked up within that settlement. And if I then compare that with the location of viewpoints and our table D in the Statement of Common Ground, the 3 that show major adverse are the 3 immediately to the south of the site.
That's correct.
On the island, and then we move to 4, and then beyond, minor becomes negligible. And then you have viewpoints 9 and 10 also minor. Within the island and looking south.
Yes.
And you're going to take the inspector to look north to see the contrast with the.
That's correct. Yes.
That's helpful. And then, as we're on the subject of 9 and 10, I won't rehearse with you what I covered with Mr. Lee in terms of the absence of textual evidence to justify the change. But just as they are apparently in dispute, can we go to your VVMs for viewpoints 9 and 10? And this is within the appendix 2 of your proof, and it's not actually terribly easy to navigate the documents. But what we should find, I hope, is forgive me, sir. 10. Well, 9 first, and then 10, just in terms of a notional journey. I've got a figure, but I don't seem to have a number for it. It's called A3 version of VVM from viewpoint VO9, year 15.
Yes, so you're on page 36 as documented. Sorry, no, that's viewpoint 9. You're on page 40.
You're quite right. There is actually a very small 40 bottom left of this view. Sometimes it doesn't appear.
No, you're right. It's sort of because it's to be read A3. It does read at A3. You can actually open it out for the whole view.
Oh, that's helpful because I got it at A4, which is perhaps why the page number drops off. Okay, so are we on the same page? Page 40.
And we're
A3 version of VVM from viewpoint VO9, year 15. So this is with development or without development?
That's year 15 with development.
Thank you. And if you've got it in one sheet, I've got it in 2. What is it that the inspector can anticipate year 15 seeing from viewpoint 09, and why do you consider it has only a minor adverse impact?
Okay, so as a reference, I give the residual effect with the scheme in place at table 4 of my proof of evidence, which is at paragraph 411. But I will go through that, but it is at table paragraph 411, table 4. And we will stand there tomorrow and we will see a sequence. So when we stand at view 9, we'll be looking south. We'll look across a field, and this is the baseline photograph. We'll look across that field, we'll see pylons. We'll see off Fieldgate Road, we'll see new houses, and actually they're big houses in that location. They are apparent in it. We'll see down towards March Road as a backdrop, and we'll see the houses to the south of March Road. We'll see beyond those houses, and we'll see the wind turbines on the skyline. So what we're seeing is a characteristic island settlement. Those houses on the ridgeline, pylons, wind turbines, taller houses off Fieldgate Lane, and then we'll see the trees holding some of those houses, framing some of those views, and that combination of trees and houses is the island settlement, and that's the character that we see. Foreground of agrarian landscape, backdrop of houses, periphery, trees. That's the combination.
And then with the proposal in place, both year 1, but I'm looking at year 15. How does the nature of that view change?
So the components will be the same. Houses, trees, pylons, wind turbines. The skyline on March Road will be the same. You will see the houses. The difference will be in view 9 that the houses are brought forwards in the view, but you see how that's perceived in these views. Now, these were complicated, so it seems amazing we're sitting here in 30 degrees heat and we're looking at snow, but that's when these were taken. But what happens is you will look across that, and of course, to that northern boundary of the site, space has been left for peripheral mitigation in terms of green infrastructure, structural planting, which again is characteristic of the settlements we've discussed. It's the trees and woodland. So what you will do is look towards that. You will see the trees to the north of the development, the ridge tops of the houses beyond, and as they currently see, March Road and the houses, it's that combination of homes and trees with agricultural foreground and the wind turbines of the skyline.
Thank you very much. Let's do the same exercise for view 10. So if we keep turning through the pages, we'll have, again, the existing, but then after year 1, you should move on to A3 version of VVM from viewpoint 10, year 15. And again,
So,
I've got it across 2 pages, you have it across 1.
Yeah, so there is a collected page where they're at a smaller scale, and on that you see the key plan associated with view 10. You see the base image, below it year 1, and then year 15. So if I start with so there's that page, sir, there that collects them to begin. Yeah, absolutely. So that one probably tells us we're standing here on the levee. So this is where we'll stand and look the other direction and see the character of that landscape and the much more open character. It's important to see here again the island settlement characteristics. You can see the amount of vegetation and mature tree cover. Now that's field boundaries. It surrounds. There are localised ponds and water bodies, and then there are the field units, and then you see the pylons, and that's in the middle of the view, and then you can see on the horizon in the middle of that view, beyond the tallest pylon in the middle, that is some of the homes off March Road. So it's quite a distance here. But what will happen then by year 15, and you shouldn't do it, but this is the beauty of toggling verified views digitally. You can flick in and flick out, and it actually will show you where the houses jump in. But merely what happens is, same components, slightly brought forwards in the view, but really the character of that view fundamentally doesn't change.
Thank you very much. Now, the reason why I went to the visual first, because you get the idea of what are the elements within the views that you're going to take the inspector to. But I want to now flip that into character and the character receptors, which again, if we go back to the statement of common ground, here we pick them up in terms of the impact at table C, below paragraph 313.
Yes, I've got you.
Okay. Now we know the site sits within Whittlesea Island LCA, and there's a variety of receptors which have been agreed between the experts to capture what's called site and immediate context.
Yes.
Yep. So I want to look at the elements first of all. So there are 3 towards the bottom of that entry: land use and ground cover, trees and hedgerows, and topography. Yeah. And if we look to the right-hand side of the table, we'll see residual effect, year 15, the council does residual effect, council and appellant. There is a difference between land use and ground cover. Otherwise, they're the same. Trees and hedgerows, minor beneficial, both experts, and topography, minor adverse. Just talk us through how those 3 entries in terms of elements of landscape character work in Glyphia context.
So as individual elements, we'll culminate with character, but first of all, the individual elements. So topography, it's agreed, it's minor adverse, but really what we're talking about there is this fundamentally level agrarian field unit, but what is going to change is the intervention of the attenuation basin, so there'll be some minor changes within the topography of the site. But again, on that journey, we can get to a minor adverse, non-significant output. So that is the topographic element.
Thank you. And then trees and hedgerows, which are minor beneficial.
Now, trees and hedgerows, Mr. Brown in the appendix to Mr. Lee's proof says that the trees in themselves could be inappropriate because in an open landscape, trees may be inappropriate because they close down that landscape. But of course, we've just gone through views 9 and 10, and trees are very much a apparent component of that landscape, so they're not. And rightly, we get to a beneficial effect. And that beneficial effect is importantly what happens in a diagram at this stage, and that's where we're at with the outline application. You put in space for trees to thrive. We have got that space for trees to thrive. So we know that the mitigation we're putting in is the trees that surround the site, the periphery of the site, the trees that run through the site for the placemaking purposes. And we get to a beneficial effect in that instance.
Thank you. So then there's land use and ground cover. The difference here is minor adverse compared with major adverse. Again, I won't rehearse with you what I went through with Mr. Lee in terms of the absence of evidential support for that. But what I want to do is to take the three elements together and get your assistance on how they relate to what's called the character of the site itself.
So when we get to the character of the site itself, this is why there's a difference really. There's two things there. We should both be talking of the residual effects, so year 15. So we have moderation to get to the outcome. So we get to moderate adverse because we have moderated in our effect from year 1 to year 15. And rightly so. We've got the beneficial effect associated with the vegetation. We've got the vegetation that is characteristic of the area. We've got the vegetation that's in space to thrive and grow. And when it does grow, it will assimilate the scheme into its context. So we have that moderation, and that's how we go from the effect down to the residual effect in year 15 of moderate adverse.
So the magnitude goes from high, year 1, to medium, year 15.
Yeah, that's right.
And
so
given that Mr. Brown appears to have recognised the minor beneficial aspect of the tree and hedgerows, to what extent do you see that reflected in his single finding of high magnitude and hence major adverse?
It isn't. And there's another aspect in this, is that because settlement being a part of landscape hasn't been understood, because Whittlesea Island and settlement hasn't been understood, and the green spaces that sit within the settlement haven't been understood, they are also part of the character of the site. It is part of Whittlesea Island. It isn't the landscape aspect of the natural landscape, but it is the settled part of it. So it is characteristic in that way. And if I could briefly go to the neighbourhood plan, if I may, and that is CD 10.03.
CD 10.03. Yep.
CD 10.03. And if we go to map 4B, and I think, sir, it's page 47 of 57 digitally.
So PDF page 47.
And it should say map 4B, local green spaces, coats. And it should look like that. Yeah. So, first point is that is our contextual character. That is immediately adjacent to the site. You can see there the site is the top right-hand corner of that page. And what you'll see there is the local green spaces, and they are called coats 1, north and south green, 4, 5, and 6. Now, the green space within the scheme itself is of a size larger than 6 and comparable to 4 and 5. So even at the very heart of the scheme, we have a green space that is characteristic of the contextual settled part of the landscape. So that needs to be considered in the proposals and the outcome.
Thank you very much. Let's then draw the threads together. You've been through, as Livia asks you, an assessment of the visual impact through the receptors. There are 3 immediately adjacent that have a major adverse, and then none others. Yeah. The reading of moderate in the methodology of the LVIA authors, who are Pegasus, is that a significant landscape impact?
It isn't, no. So the Pegasus methodology It's interesting. You start out with all your documents beautifully lined up, all your tabs where you want them, and then
It's within
carnage prevails. But we will get there. Hang on one
CD
second.
105.
Here we
With
go.
my new way of electronic working, I can say ha-ha to you. So.
I'm hybrid. In fact, I'm looking at two screens and avoiding them and looking at all my tabs. I'm there though, sir. So CD 1.05 and the methodology. And if you get to Appendix 2 of Pegasus methodology, and this is common ground that the methodology is accepted. So Appendix 2, LVIA methodology, and then it's page 10, which is para 5. And you should see, we talked at the very beginning about the process, and then you get to a matrices and you get to a table. And there's a table there that says you can see sensitivity times magnitude of change equals effect. And you can see there the grey coloured boxes, and outside the grey coloured boxes are the white boxes, and the white boxes are not significant. And moderate sits within the not significant. So.
Thank you. And then if we go back to the landscape receptors, which is table C in the Statement of Common Ground.
And then the same is the case.
We've got the only major receptors are the site itself, the character site itself. This is from the authorities column.
Yeah.
And the land use ground cover
yeah.
on the site itself.
On the site itself.
Yeah. And in terms of Whittlesea Island LCA, what is the agreed residual effect at year 15 on that receptor in terms of context?
That's minor. Yeah. So
and
not significant.
Not significant. Thank you. Thank you very much. And so, be it the Pegasus work, your own work, or indeed having now got Mr. Brown's input, your view, please, Inspector, as to whether or not there is significant landscape and visual harm, such as to justify a substantial negative in the planning balance.
So my view is that there is not significant landscape or visual harm.
Thank you very much. Is there anything else you want to cover at this point?
No, thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Yes, good afternoon, Mrs. Smith. In terms of documents we're going to require, both for your benefit and the inspector's benefit, we're going to require the LVIA and its appendices, so that's core document 1.05 A through to 1.05D. Then we're going to require a statement of common ground, which is core document 12.04. Then we're going to require Glivia, which is core document 13.10.
Bear with me.
Glivia, core document 13.10. It is a hard copy. And then your proof of evidence, which is core document 14.02, sir.
I've got them, thank you.
Excellent. Starting with the site itself, and it's right that we all agree that this is not a valued landscape for NPPF purposes, correct?
That's correct.
But the fact that the site is not necessarily a valued landscape does not mean that it's not deserving of protection. That's correct, isn't it?
We need to recognise the intrinsic character.
Yes, so the inspector needs to look at the intrinsic character and beauty of this site, correct?
We all do, yes.
And if we want to pick up that in Glivia, if we turn, please, to core document 13.10, and in the hard copy, that would be paragraph 5.26, which is PDF page 90. Hard copy 83, Mr. Smith.
5.26.
Yes.
Yes.
At the bottom of your
undesignated landscapes.
Yes, and we can see precisely what we disagree, Mr. Smith, that the fact that an area of landscape is not designated either nationally or locally does not mean that it does not have any value, correct?
It does not mean it does not have any value, is what the paragraph says, and we've prescribed a value, and the value is medium, and that's common
Yes.
ground. Yeah.
Correct. And you rightly said that the inspector selected the intrinsic character and beauty, correct?
Yes.
And we can agree, contrary, that this is a site that has intrinsic character and beauty.
All sites have character, and beauty is a difficult word, but all sites, the most important point is to recognise the inherent character of that site. And we've gone through that journey, but yes, you have to recognise it.
And we can agree, contrary, that that intrinsic character is going to be changed by this development, correct?
Yes.
And it was put to Mr. Lee, you'll remember in cross-examination, well, if one puts a housing development in any greenfield site, that's likely to result in at least some localised harm. You remember that thread of argumentation?
I do. Yes.
And it's right, isn't it, that when the inspectors decide on the acceptability of this scheme, one of the factors he needs to look at is how the development relates to the local setting, correct?
To the local context.
Yes.
Yes, he does.
And it is right, isn't it, this development will result in the introduction of a significant amount of built form into that context, correct?
Not into the context, but onto the site.
Yeah. And also as part of the context.
But the context, we've just been to a diagram in the neighbourhood plan directly opposite the site that shows you what the context is. So the context is already built. The context is coats. The context isn't just the green bits. The context is the settlement, and settlement is character. Settlement is landscape. Settlement is context. You cannot stand and just look one direction. You have to look both.
We can agree, can't we, in terms of quantum, the housing development opposite the appeal site is not the same quantum?
Are you looking at immediately opposite in terms of south of March? In fact, I can answer your question. I'm not going to answer your question, I apologise.
Is that fair if you answer the question? It's quite simple, Mr. Smith. Same quantum or not?
So if you look to the south, southwest, it's bigger because you're looking at coats. But if you look immediately to the south, it's the development along the road, it is less. But the context doesn't stop within 100 metres of the site. That is why we looked at the evolution of coats and those diagrams very carefully, and that's what the design and access statement did in the evolution of the scheme. The context is Whittlesea Island. We've looked extensively at Whittlesea Island, and we have to look at its components. That's what we've done.
Turning now to core document to your proof, this is 14.02.
14.02.
Turn that up.
Yeah.
And for the character of the site, we can see in your page 29 your magnitude of effect falls from high to medium. So as I understand it, you say in year one, the magnitude of effect is high, that falls over time to medium, correct?
Yes, it does.
And if we turn up the LVIA to look again at the methodology, so this is Appendix 2, which we find in core document 1.05b.
Yeah. Yes.
And if we turn to page 9 of that document.
Page 9, yes.
And what we see there was this PDF page 9, which if you're in hard copy will be PDF, will be real page 7.
Real page 7. Yes, but so below paragraph 3.7.
Yes, table 6. That's
Table
the right
6.
table to be looking at, isn't it, Mr. Smith?
Magnitude of change on landscape character, yeah.
Yes, and if we compare and contrast the difference between high and medium, we can see, contrary, that high is the introduction of major new elements into the landscape as some major change to the scale, landform, land cover, or pattern of the landscape, correct?
Yeah.
And contrast that with medium, which is the introduction of some notable new elements into the landscape or some notable change to the scale, landform, land cover, or pattern of the landscape, correct?
That's what those definitions say, yes.
So the difference is the use of the word major. Is that fair?
Well, it's also the moderation of the point. So you've got major in, I see what you're saying in terms of high, introduction of major elements and then some notable elements, but it's a balancing between the two and the moderation associated with the scheme and what it does and what you consider a major new element, whether it's just purely at the site level or whether it's also relevant to the context. So you generated the outcome of your scheme due to characteristics that are relevant both in the natural context and the settled context. So that then informs whether you think something is of one scale or another scale and how it can moderate.
We'll turn to moderation in a moment, but just so I'm clear about your evidence, that moderation is, as I understand it from your written evidence, your evidence in chief, that's the introduction of the vegetation, the planting, the screening, is that correct? That's what you rely on for that moderating effect.
But also the characteristic design of the scheme, the framing of the green spaces. So it's all of those components as well as we take the design goes on that journey and you get to that outcome, because we've just gone to Coates, green space 4, 5 and 6. And actually that in itself is characteristic of Coates. And there is a scheme coming forwards that frames a green space in a characteristic fashion. So you've got to look at the context being settlement as well as landscape. And that's the point. You need to perceive that change rather than purely the green element being landscape.
Smith, those points, mitigation of planting, etc., do they not, to the question of visual amenity and visual perception?
They also go to character points, because it is characteristic to have the trees and the trees within the landscape as we've just seen. So it is character. It's Whittlesea Island is a combination of built form and trees. So it is characteristic to have built form and trees. So what's going in will ultimately be characteristic. But yes, they do have a visual benefit because characteristically they visually truncate views from the wider context.
And this inspector should be careful, shouldn't he, to understand that there is a distinction between a change to the character of a site and whether or not that may be perceptual or whether that may be visible to receptors. They're two different factors,
he
aren't
needs
they?
to consider both aspects.
Yes.
Yes, he does.
And he should be careful not to rely on, for example, a mitigating factor for visual impact as reducing the magnitude of a change to a landscape character.
But he should assess both. But actually, the green infrastructure does play a role in both, and a positive one.
Sticking with the methodology, if we can turn down to PDF page 12, which will be your hard copy 10.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm sure I understand this table correctly. If the inspector was to agree with the council on the question of the magnitude of change, that would produce a major rather than a moderate outcome, correct?
So if the
prefers
inspector was
R.
to agree with your
Yes.
outcome and your table, it would be major, and major is coloured in grey, and in that instance, major would result as significance in accordance with this methodology.
I'm turning now to land use and ground cover, and staying within the methodology, if we turn back to PDF page M8, which is your hard copy of your table, will be page 6. And again, I want to understand the difference between medium and low, because the context of the dispute between us is in terms of magnitude. You fall from medium at year 1 to low at year 15, correct?
That's correct.
In terms of the differences between low, medium and low, the change there on the page is the use of the word partial in place of the use of the word minor, correct?
Yeah.
So again, in the context of land use and ground cover, we can agree that's an element of the landscape, correct?
Yes, it is.
So again, in understanding the differences between year 15 and year 1, how does that loss go from partial to minor?
So it's in terms of, if you go to paragraph 5.3 of the LVIA, of course. Warming up. Okay, sir. In paragraph 5.3 of the LVIA, again, it's understanding the change, because actually there is a quantum of the site that is going to be left open as playing fields. There's a quantum of the site that is open, grassed space, as the green space at the heart of the scheme. There is a quantum of the site that is left open to its periphery to accommodate the green infrastructure. So again, I think what Mr. Brown has done is said change. He hasn't looked at the detail behind that change, and in no way has he got his judgment right from the beginning, let alone the moderation point. And the moderation, of course, is then how that space will, the heading of land use and ground cover will change in terms of how that space is used. It is there, it is going to be used, it is going to be managed. So that's the point we get to. It's a different baseline judgment, really, in that instance.
Staying with the LVIA, and I want to talk about part 19 now, which is viewpoint 9. Again, the dispute between us is you're a minor adverse residual effect, we're a moderate adverse residual effect.
Yeah.
Staying within the LVIA documents, that's the main document, and turning to page 23 of that document.
In the main body of the document now, page 23.
Yes, PDF, that would be hard copy 22.
Okay,
They seem to be
22.
one ahead.
Thank you very much. Yeah.
And if we look at viewpoint 9,
Yeah.
and this is the Pegasus assessment,
Yeah.
so their assessment of the LVIA stage in year 15 of viewpoint 9 was moderate adverse, correct? And so that the LVIA is in agreement with what the council now says, correct?
Yeah. I differ with that.
Say this again?
I differ with that.
Yes, and where precisely in your, because you're right, you do differ, and where precisely in your proof of evidence do you engage with or acknowledge the difference between you and the LVIA on that point?
Within the tables, it's very clear that I have a different outcome in relation to that. And the benefit of that is that I have the VVMs before me, and the VVMs have helped inform that outcome. And it's right that I get to the effect that is less than that effect with the benefit of those. And we'll stand there with the inspector, we'll stand there with the VVMs, we've talked with the components, so that is the correct outcome.
So what did Pegasus get wrong? That's what I want to understand, just so I can make submissions on
the VVMs. They didn't get anything wrong, but they didn't have the benefit of the VVMs. And the VVMs, they were precautionary. But with the benefit of the VVMs, you can elevate the accuracy, and that gets us to that minor outcome. And it's the narrative that we've been through, the sequence of the view, what you'll see in the field of view, the depth of view, and also the components within that view. And it's evident in the VVMs.
Staying in your proof, which is 14.02. And paragraph 4.11. Which begins on page 26. Helpfully, the PDF and the hard copy correspond for once.
4.11. I'm there. Yes.
Yes. So that's your assessment of where you set out the visually verified montages, and you set out your view. I want to turn to viewpoint 9 therein, which will be over the page on page 28.
Within table 4.
So again, Mr. Smith?
Within table 4.
Within table 4, yes.
Yeah.
So where you set out your analysis.
Yeah.
And when we look at viewpoint 9, what one sees there is part of your analysis of why the magnitude of change is as you say it would be partially screened by intervening existing hedges. You recognise that as part of your evidence?
So my text down there that I say the benefits of proposed green infrastructure evident from the outset in year 1. Additionally, as is characteristic of the island settlement, the resultant effect will see homes in a location where they already exist, in a location, so I'm just reading for partially, where existing and proposed vegetation will characteristically assimilate the new homes, it should be at the site level as evident from the year 15 VVM.
And what that won't do is achieve total screening. Is that fair to say? It's still going to be visible at that point.
As homes are seen, homes will be seen.
And it is the introduction of a new characteristic, isn't it, into that viewpoint?
No, because the backdrop, we'll stand there tomorrow and we will see homes on March Road. So it isn't a new characteristic. Homes exist in that view. But they will be, as I said, homes exist. We'll stand there tomorrow and you see across the arable fields and you see homes south of March Road, and you see the wind turbines, and you see new homes off the lane, and you see trees. They are the characteristics. So it's not new, but it will be more homes in the view, but they will come forward in that view. But they won't break the skyline, they won't be taller than the wind turbines, so it'll be the same components. It will be brought forward. So from that receptor, it will be brought forward in the view. But there's still the arable fields plural, between you and the homes. And of course, the boundary itself will have that green infrastructure.
In terms of scale, if they're being brought forward, they'll appear larger in scale, won't they?
Yeah, again, as you see in the VVMs, is how they will be perceived. Because yes, if they're nearer to you, they will look bigger than the ones beyond them. But it's marginal. Again, the VVMs are the closest we can get to giving that level of information to the inspector.
And again, in terms of the viewpoint 10, which is footpath 16, turning back to the LVIA, so the main document, which is 1.05A.
Yeah.
And to page 23.
Right.
Which hard copy is page 22, so it's one behind.
Yeah.
And again, in respect of footpath 16, again, in terms of the analysis of the LVIA, at least at application stage, that's a moderate adverse, correct? Mm-hmm. And again, that's consistent with what the council's position is now, correct? Those are all the questions I had for you, Smith. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien O'Reilly. Is there anyone else here who has any questions of Mr. Smith? Thank you. I have some questions, but they're similar to yours, Mr. O'Brien O'Reilly. I think I may need to have the benefit of having things pointed out to me on site tomorrow.
Of course, sir.
Having said that, I want to make sure that the site visit tomorrow isn't a forum to continue the inquiry inside, so I'll be very careful with my questions. Mr. Boyle.
Don't have your examinations, I think.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Right, that concludes the landscape examination part. Site visit accepted. On to the site visit arrangements. As I mentioned, I have a copy of the route, which is ID 01. Thank you again. Now, we're going to meet at the corner of the site next to number 61, I think, as in the site address. If somebody wants to correct me, feel free. On the north side of the road. Is there parking there?
There is, sir, yeah. So if we bear with me while I'm just getting the site visit itinerary open on my screen. Oh no, so we've now got starting at point 1. I would wonder, I think as much as the site moved when the water came up that one time, I think the asterisk for parking has moved, sir, so I apologise for that.
Okay.
I think where you see white walls, and then you see on the plan, there's a little indent that comes out towards Eldonell Lane.
The site, an indent in the site.
Of the site, and it goes towards Eldonell Lane.
Yes.
I think that's where we can park. There's plenty of space there for all to pull safely off the road. And what we could probably do is just walk the site, and then we could find our way to photograph 1.
Okay.
And then do the journey from there, if that makes sense. So if we all assume the asterisk is moved towards that bit just off Eldonell Lane, and we meet there, and then we can go from there, so and pick them up. And we might need to jump. I would think we could do 1, 4, and 5, and we'll be plenty warm enough by then, sir. And it's probably then worth jumping in the car rather than walking up Eldonell Lane just to pick up views 9 and 10.
Okay, thank you. Right, then for anybody who wants to join us, who is here or is watching from home, feel free. I don't want massive numbers of people, as I have to herd people. I have an H&S responsibility. But if there's representatives from the community who want to join us, then feel free, as I said. The meeting point is, as we've just heard, not number 1 as marked on the map that I have, and will presumably be ID 01, but a short distance up Aldenell Lane. If you're looking at the map, it's close to where it says White Walls. I have a suggestion that, given the heat tomorrow, no problem. I just wanted to make sure that everyone heard. Given the heat tomorrow, may I suggest that we start at 9 o'clock, the site visit? Would that be a problem with anybody? Okay, so we'll meet at 9 o'clock. Can I ask that you wear clothing that is appropriate for the weather? Wear SPF factor 50 plus. I am an Australian and have a stereotype to live up to. I will be wearing shorts and a large shirt and a hat. Okay, anything else before we finish today?
Just to check on next week, sir. We're starting on the Tuesday with the County Council Education witness, and I'm assuming that's a 10 o'clock start in the usual way.
If there's a concern that we might not get through everything that day, I'm happy to start earlier, but otherwise 10 o'clock.
No, I think we're content. We'll do that.
Okay then. Again, for anyone listening from home, tomorrow's our site day. We're not sitting on Thursday. The next time we'll be back online will be the 18th of August. That's next Tuesday at 10 o'clock. Thanks, everybody. The inquiry is adjourned.